And there we
Gosh
go.
dang it, Changus.
What? Jado, I gotta tell people what we're talking about.
You didn't have to show it so that SGD can see it. Where's my...
We're just gonna find out anyway.
It was supposed to be a surprise!
Okay, alright. Alright, calm down. Calm down. Look, man.
Calm down, Edgar.
Look, man, we're in a new Look, this is a new restaurant that I refurbished, okay? I got the whole place reserved to ourselves. Let's just all calm down. Just calm down.
So you called them the Rodimus Mafia, didn't you?
A Rodimus Mafia? I don't know what you're talking about. There's no such thing as a Rodimus Mafia. Also, I am not using the damn right PNG myself. Wow. New restaurant, new setup, and I don't even have the proper attire. I'm using my old stuff, including that yee-ass haircut I got. Give me a second to fix that, everyone. In the meantime, as you can see, we're talking about
Oh my
Digimon.
goodness! What is that outfit?
What do you mean, what is that outfit? This is my PNG. This is my PNG. I use it. If you got a problem with it, look, if you got a problem with what I'm wearing, Ninjato, then, I don't know, bring it up with management or something. Look, the point is...
You are management, so...
Look, the point is, this is my old outfit. This is with my yee-ass haircut. I gotta fix that.
Yes,
This is a new place, and now I gotta fix it.
Me being in China's lap was a standard a while ago. It's just he moved me to his shoulder because he needed to keep the status quo of him being beneath
Here
me.
we go. Oh, wow. Wow, I see. Oh. And I mixed up the PNG stuff. Again. Hold on. Stream's gonna go dark again just for a second. I'm sorry. That's my fault. Let me fix that again. One more time. One more time. One more time? One more time. One more time? Yes, one more time. Just one more time. There we go. Now the PNG works. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. So anyways, look at that. New setup. I got this whole restaurant reserved to ourselves. We're moving out of that stinky old theater I shoved into my basement, and now we're at a fine dining establishment. Where they even allow SGD here. You know, we're at a fine new establishment. I got my proper, attire going on, and yeah.
I'm very suspicious on this.
What? What's suspicious of what?
Of how you got this set up.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's you just call them for a reservation. You give them some money ahead of time to make sure no one takes your place, and then there you go.
Dude, how much money do you have to afford this?
I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you that answer. But look, the whole point is we got this nice, fine dining establishment to ourselves now. Just for the night, we got this booth, and we could just talk, eat, drink, and, well, talk about Digimon.
Okay, just don't mention being made whatsoever, because I know what's gonna happen afterward.
Okay, alright. How you doing, by the way, chat? Do you like this new setup we got going on? We got a fine dining establishment to talk about our stuff. Let me take a swig of water.
Camp Counselor Jason Voorhees and Michael Myers. Man, people online make some stupid comic ideas.
Well, what's wrong with that? I want to see them duke it out.
No, it's not duke it out. It's them as camp counselors.
Well, that just sounds like a Family Guy skit. It's like the Not knows what I'm talking about. It's that Family Guy skit where they're at the camp, like, someone's been murdered. Who could have been? Everyone looks at Jason. No one look at me. I'm just here to bring my son. Now, stop it. Stop it. No. I told you to put the knife down. Stop stabbing me. No. No, Chelsea. Michael Myers. Where did you get that from? Okay. I guess you know what? There you go. It's Jason it's Jason versus Mike Mikers. That's right. That's what it is for now on. I call it here. I'm coining it. Jason versus Mike Mikers. That's what it's gotta be. Alright. So anyways, we have been at this fine dining establishment for a little over 15 minutes. Nick is late. He's running a bit late. I wonder where he's been. I told him to meet up here. I even gave him the address. Where the hell is he? God, can't rely on xenomorphs anymore. I'm telling you. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to start without Nick. He'll come in later. Now, to start off this show, obviously, we gotta know what the hell it is we're talking about. So before we do anything, SGD, this is your show. You gotta tell us what the hell Digimon is in the first place.
So Digimon is a multimedia franchise that developed by Bandai, and it was essentially started by the same people who invented Tamagotchi. Because they thought, like, hey, Tamagotchi is really popular with girls. What if we made one for boys? The name was even going to reference Tamagotchis in an earlier stage of development. Well, because what sets Digimon, or the digital monster toys, apart from Tamagotchi is Digimon can fight each other. And, just from some V-Pets, it spun off into a bigger multimedia franchise of a manga, several mangas, a bunch of TV series, a handful of games. And it primarily centers around digital monsters called Digimon.
And when did it first come out?
1997 was when the first V-Pet launched. Then they did another 4 versions into 98. And then that same year they did Digimon Pendulum, which was when Digimon started to really carve out its identity. The first 5 V-Pets were just versions 1 through 5. The Pendulums were specific fields. It's like nature spirits are like animals and things, bugs, Angelomon for some reason. Nightmare Soldiers is something like demons and ghosts, and mythological things like the Abaku. Wind Guardians is plants and birds. Metal Empire was like cyborgs, mechanical things. A knight. Greymon is in it because he becomes a cyborg. And so is Venom Vamdemon because they kind of took too long. They needed to put him in something.
Alright.
And Deep Savers is things that live in the ocean, and then Virus Busters are just protagonists. Then other things sort of spun off from that, but we generally just stuck with the core fields introduced in the Pendulum toys. Although it's kind of it's not really an integral part of the franchise. It's like they'll reference it every now and again, but it's never an important thing in most stuff. Not like attributes.
Okay. Now, can I ask, what made Digimon so popular?
I think it's really hard to say. I think good storytelling was a part of that, because the first big piece of Digimon media was V-Tamer, which follows Yagami Taichi and his Vidramon, Zeromaru. I'm not sure why. Not sure why it's called Zeromaru and he's just a Vidramon, but it's about Taichi and Zero trying to be the best Digimon-human partnership in the digital world. There aren't really a lot of humans, it's just mostly taking on Digimon, so Toji can be a good tamer. And I think that really highlighted the core thing of, like, Pokemon, of course, was a thing at the time, and it showed, like, what sets Digimon apart from Pokemon. Like, the personal relationship a Digimon and human have is a lot more emphasized than Pokemon. Like, Ash has his Pikachu, but Pikachu can't express himself like a Digimon can. And V-Tamer did set itself from the beginning, like, yeah, things die in this. So there's more stakes. So, like, when something is going to happen to Zero, like, yeah, something could happen to him. Something could happen to Taichi's friends. And the fact that, like, Zero and Taichi can, like, verbally communicate also allows them to highlight their bond. Like, one chapter I really adore is when he's fighting a Piemon who can teleport his swords, and they manage to trick him through eye contact alone.
Oh. That's neat.
And after V-Tamer, something like Digimon World came out, which was a video game form of the V-Pets. And that sort of helped flesh out the world more accessibly. Because otherwise it's just lore restricted to these little booklets. And you just see this artwork of what were otherwise sprites, but then you could see things fully realized in 3D. Although a handful of things from Digimon World then got reworked when they got artwork. It's like, yeah, you look at something like Garurumon. Garurumon isn't just a reskinned Garurumon in Digimon World. It is missing certain features, like the spiky fur, and it has a different coloration than the artwork. Mogendramon had a few details changed. I think some things are just different colors. Tsukaimon had orange eyes, and Shamamon was brown. But all those things were, like, newly introduced to Digimon World. And after Digimon World came out, Digimon Adventure, the anime, came out, and that's still a very popular thing. Like, it's reasonably popular. Like, it's not a titan. So some people like to say it was really big. Like, kind of. Like, Digimon still dwarfed by Pokemon. It's like, that's fine. And like, Digimon Adventure is like, it's a really good show. Like, people talk about Avatar Star Wars, like, that's essentially my Avatar Star Wars. Like, those things didn't resonate with me the same way they did other people, but then I watch Digimon Adventure as an adult, and I have that experience.
Everyone else, oh man, I love Star Wars and Avatar. SGD, Digimon's where it's at. Get with the times, plebs.
I think people say, like, Bandai doesn't care about this franchise. Like, well, if Bandai doesn't care about this franchise, it's doing pretty well in spite of that. But it does make money, primarily through merchandise, as with most franchises.
Right.
The V-Pets haven't actually made a lot of money, despite being around for like 25 years.
So then where does most of the money go to then?
It mostly comes from merchandise, like toys and whatnot. Like, the Digimon aired for 4 consecutive seasons after Adventure started. It was Adventure 02, Tamers and Frontier. And then it took a break before Savers. Then it took another break for Cross Wars, which then ended up being the longest running Digimon series. And then it took a break until Apple Monsters, but Apple Monsters is more of a Yokai Watch ripoff than it was a Digimon series. And that didn't do well. it had its time slot moved, and I saw something like, "Oh no, successful shows move their time slot all the time," which is not true at all. Like Pokemon just moved its time slot the other year. It had that time slot since it began.
Wow.
So it had that time slot for over 20 years. Because you don't move a time slot of a successful show because you want as many people watching as possible. Dragon Ball Super was on at 9 a.m. because that's the best time slot to have in Japan. If you're aiming at kids. They didn't put it at a different time. Because let's take this successful franchise and get even more eyes on it. And Apple Monsters didn't get a dub. Neither did Crosswars Young Hunters. But that's more so because Crosswars dub kind of did not do so well. Because Crosswars was an experimental season. I think generally if you ask people like the designs you don't like, it'll probably be a Crosswars design. Because Crosswars designs was designed to be toys. It took what Frontier did with its spirits, where the fire spirits, the darkness spirits, and the light spirits were toys that could be disassembled and reassembled into multiple different Digimon. And Crosswars is like, let's do that, but it's an amalgamation. So you take Shoutmon, and then Shoutmon combines with Ballistamon, and then you add Dorulamon on top of that, and then you put Sparamon on top of that. And you give them a Starmon sword, and then they kind of stopped there. Except in the show, they kept going with a Zeke Greymon, which is an evolution of a fusion between a new Greymon and a male Birdramon. Arguably, those two are probably one of the best fusions. And they took another break after Apple Monsters because that was kind of a disaster. They don't really acknowledge Apple Monsters much anymore. And then did Colon Cancer, or Digimon Adventure. It's called a colon and a Digivice. Which, that was a big nostalgia wank fest. But it was some of the worst television I've ever seen. You'll probably find more people who hate it than Apple Monsters, but I will argue Apple Monsters is worse.
Really?
Oh yeah, Apple Monsters is garbage.
I see.
And then they didn't take a break after Colon Cancer, they went straight to Ghost Game, and that's doing pretty well.
Yeah.
And of course there's various video games, like they did a few. They did Digimon World, Digimon World 2, Digimon World 3, Digimon World 4, but I think it was called something else in the West, like X, because it introduced the X antibody. Yeah, and then there's Next Order and something else, I think.
No, Chelsea, App Monsters. Not
Apple Monsters, like application, don't worry about it. Chelsea, just don't look into it.
Whoa, I didn't know Apple was sponsoring Digimon.
No, they have Pineapple.
That's true.
And Digimon World was also started like with Digimon Story. Digimon World was more of the VPets. It's like your Digimon age and die, and you have to look after them. Tamagotchi realized, like, hey, maybe that's kind of a bad idea, so they stopped doing it years ago. Like, hey, if you look after your Tamagotchi, it won't die. But Digimon World still does the thing of, your Digimon will die sooner or later. Which, even if I could access those games, I'd be kind of reluctant to get into them. And Digimon Story is more of a Pokemon-inspired. You get a Digimon, and you evolve the Digimon, and it doesn't die or anything. Cyber Sleuth is more of a Shin Megami Tensei, I guess. I never played that game. There are also some Wonder Swan games, which, if you've never heard of the Wonder Swan, that's for a good reason. Called the Game Boy.
Game Boy.
Game Boy. Whoa, what is this Game Boy?
But those were popular. Those are very popular. Never came to any other platforms. Never made it outside Japan. But Rio from Tamers is a reference to Rio from Wonder Swan games. Depending on who you ask, they'll tell you he's the same person. And other guys will tell you he's not the same person, but the writing of the show implies they're not the same person, despite a producer saying they are the same person, but a writer's like, no.
That's confusing.
That's not even me getting into the plot line of those games. Time travel!
Okay, let me take a drink.
But the WonderSwan games involve Millenniumon, who's a Jogress of Mugendramon and Chimeramon, and specifically the Mugendramon from Adventure, I think. And he was created by Apocalypse, who was in turn released from his prison by Millenniumon, and Millenniumon implanted a dark seed in Ken, who then went on to make Chimeramon, and that Chimeramon fused with the Mugendramon created by Apocalypse, who was released from his prison by Millenniumon to become Millenniumon, so he would release Apocalypse from his prison and implant a dark seed in Ken, so, yeah.
SGD, can you do me a favor?
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you do me a favor? Go over that one more time, but a little slower.
Please don't.
No, it won't make any more sense that way. If you don't understand it, that means I'm telling it right.
Oh. Okay.
Those games are canon to the first 2 seasons because of a cameo in season 2. Also, Rio appears in our war game. But people are like, he couldn't be there at that time. It's like, who cares? But I've never played them, so I don't know. Sort of a card game, which that was the old card game, which ran for a very long time, actually. And then there's a new card game, which is a lot more simplified and accessible, I guess. Which the first one is the Digital Monster card game, and now the current one is the Digimon card game.
What's the difference?
Style, presentation, how you play the games.
Okay. Oh, okay.
But yeah, it expanded into a lot of things.
So...
Digimon Survive is also a game which is coming out next month. And when I question, like, does Bandai really hate this franchise? Because they didn't kill that game, and any other studio probably would have killed this game by now. I think Habbo is very attached to it. Because he's the general producer of Digimon games.
Okay.
I think the core concept revolves around treating Digimon more like mythological creatures than sentient programs from the net, which he got from the director of the original series. He liked to think Digimon were like, there's like yokai and stuff, and now that technology has become more widespread, the yokai are now presenting themselves through the technology, thus becoming Digimon, and Harper very much liked that theory, which I didn't like it when I first heard it, and I've sort of softened on it, where like, I acknowledge, like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff about Digimon, this is just straight up magic. But I do personally prefer the Digimon not being yokai. Like, you can make them as magic as you want, but I do prefer them being like creations of data and things. That's where they originated.
It could be like just its own take, like on its own.
Yeah, Digimon has different takes depending on the continuities. So Adventure never really goes into where Digimon came from. If you acknowledge the WonderSwan games, then a computer might have something to do with it. Tamers made the huge mistake of actually explaining where Digimon came from in its reality, which just doesn't make any sense and makes you ask a lot of questions. Frontier also never touched upon it. Savers implied Digimon were the creation of someone, and it was a grand experiment, which I like that. I guess Digimon does have a creator. And Crosswars said Digimon predate humanity. Like the technology used by humans is drawing power from the digital world, essentially. Like, interesting. Unfortunately, they never touch upon that again. They just, this is a thing, and just leave it there, rather than going to heaps of depth like Tamers did.
Okay then.
And Colon Cancer didn't touch it either. and Ghost Game just referenced what we call null canon, which is the VPET law, and that Digimon were essentially mutated viruses.
Hmm.
So a virus somehow mutated to gain sentience, and that became Digimon.
It's Digimon.
But then even null canon is kind of confusing. It's like, oh, Digimon originate from essentially the digital world's ocean. But then other things like his Dorumon, who's a prototype Digimon from before Digimon were discovered or something, because that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, the net ocean is where Digimon come from, which is not the net, because the net is the internet. They're separate things, but like.
Okay. You alright?
Yeah, I was talking a lot. Yeah, null canon is essentially just a bunch of ideas from over time stapled together. So it's not terribly confusing, but some things do occasionally take a bit of thinking. Like Genkumon profile describes the digital world as having southwest edges, which is a reference to Okinawa, but the digital world is a globe according to Slitmon's profile, because it says he guards the North Pole, and you kind of need to be a globe to have a North Pole.
Okay.
I think it's probably just reading into things too literally with Genkumon's profile.
Alright. Well, clearly there is a lot going on with Digimon. I mean, it's 25 years now. 25 years of Digimon.
25 years today.
Or where you are.
In Japan.
Yeah. Well, you're close to Japan, so it's pretty much Sunday where you are.
Yes, it is Sunday where I am.
So yeah, it's 25 years old where our SGD is. And it's gonna be 25 years old for us in the States tomorrow. So that's, so yeah, 25 years. Got a lot of stuff just packed in there. So yeah, 25 years and still going strong. Like how successful is Ghost Game right now?
It's hard to say. They haven't expressed any disappointment in it. From my understanding, the Vital Bracelet has been selling rather well. And people say, Ghost Game hasn't reached top 10 ratings ever, unlike Colon Cancer, which did several times. Like, here's a little secret, everyone. Pokemon hasn't hit the top 10 viewership in a very long time. That tells you about how much the top 10 viewership means something. It doesn't mean crap. Because it doesn't matter how many people watch your show. If no one buys the merchandise, your show's a failure. If people are buying, no one can watch your show, and if everyone buys the merchandise, you're doing fine. A lot of people don't like the Pokemon anime nowadays, but Pokemon has been selling better than ever. Because viewership doesn't matter, and that's a terrible metric to judge the success of something on. I think as a Spider-Man movie, it was deemed a failure because no one bought the merchandise, but it did make money at the box office.
So right now, those Vital Bracelets that are promoting Ghost Game are selling like hotcakes.
Yeah, they're selling pretty well, from my understanding. They have the Digivice Double V coming out at an unspecified time. An MMO from the Tamers era is getting an English release within the next handful of months. And it got shut down in the West years ago, and they're bringing it back.
Wow.
And not just to the West. Like, someone in Spain is reporting there's a website for it.
Wow. Well, to bring it back, that means, well, that's clearly a sign they're doing pretty well.
Yeah, people argue like the other year they did a Digimon revival, but I don't agree with that. They're still consistently putting out Digimon content. Like there's a Tri movie every other year between Crosswalls and Apple Monsters. I think it might have outlasted Apple Monsters. So they never really gave up on the franchise.
it's just more that the older fans, either older fans or just made an entirely new fan base. Like older fans just was like, oh, I'm now interested in the new Digimon content. Now this is actually good, while newer or more people are more exposed to Digimon than ever before.
Yeah, I think Digimon was always a pretty niche franchise. Like, unlike Pokemon, it generally tries to do things different every time. Like, Zero Two is technically a sequel to Adventure, but it's a terrible sequel. And people aren't that fond of Try, but Try isn't... From the things you expect of a sequel, it does a better job than the season designed immediately after the first season. Like, Zero Two introduced all these different things. Tamers introduced a completely different setting. Frontier was a completely different take on Digimon. Savers was much more traditional because it was supposed to be for older fans but still for kids. Cross Wars was just a big toy, like an unashamed toy commercial. Well, Pokemon has generally been the same thing up until the last two series, like Sun and Moon finally shaking things up and not in a way people liked. And then Pokemon Journeys was like, hey, F these games. Like, let's just do a Pokemon Go anime or something, more so than a Sword and Shield anime. It's not a Sword and Shield anime.
What I heard about Sun and Moon is like, people, like in first impression, it's just like, oh, things are different, but then most people actually played it.
You're talking about the anime?
Oh, the anime. Well,
yeah, it's about
the anime has not been good for a while.
Yeah, it's Ash going to school.
Oh.
Ew. What?
Okay.
Yeah, Ash goes to school. That's why he hangs out with people. They're school chums.
Okay then.
It didn't even tie off a lot of its plot lines. It left those to Pokemon Journeys.
Wow. Okay then.
Okay.
Well, to bring it back. Oh, you were gonna say something?
Sorry. Ignore that. That's family.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I guess to tie it back to Digimon, so what about Ghost Game? How's that done anything to has it done anything to shake up the formula or anything like that?
Ghost Game is a lot more episodic than any other series. I think people kind of overstate how serialized the other series have been. Especially, I always say, like, people compare Ghost Game to this series, and I'm like, the last traditional season we had was a Digimon Savers, and not a lot of people are comparing it to that. And, like, yeah, a lot of the Digimon series do kind of start off episodic. Ghost Game is still being pretty episodic, even over 30 episodes in. Yeah, Savers ended in 2007.
Wow.
And Ghost Game came out in 2021. That's the amount of time between traditional Digimon series that they had.
Wow.
Because Applemosis wasn't even Digimon, Colon Cancer was a nostalgia wankfest. And
colon cancer.
I love how you always call it colon cancer.
And Crosswall threw out a lot of rules, like, evolution's not exactly a thing. Ghost Game, besides being episodic, of course, is its own take. Like, Digimon are treated more like urban legends and mythical creatures, like hologram ghosts, they're called. So there's a lot more emphasis on the real world. Like, Season 1 did a little bit of dabbling in the real world for an arc. 02 had the real world, but the digital world was accessible on a whim. So, like, all the kids would hang out in the real world. That didn't really come into play Digimon-wise until the end of the show. Tamers was in the real world for a lot of it. And the lead writer of the series said his favorite parts of Digimon were the ones in the real world, which My guy, that was like one arc in the original series, and it really didn't the setting really didn't set itself apart from the rest of the show. It's like, yes, they're in the real world, but they didn't do stuff with it the same way Tamers did. Because like, we never see in Tamers like Digimon this big dangerous threat like the original series did, and they did do human world stuff in the second season, but that was the tail end. So Tamers would have begun production probably before those episodes aired. Tamers does do things of Digimon causing havoc in the real world, but it's not quite the same. And then it's one of those things like, let's just scale things up so big it has no meaning.
Oh.
Digimon's rampaging along the city, like, okay. That doesn't quite get me concerned like other stuff. And then they go to the digital world, and it's the worst digital world. Fans generally agree on that because the lead writer didn't care for the digital world. Like that's like getting someone who likes Transformers, but they don't like Transformers being from another planet. It's like, Transformers, like, they're just on Earth. You're cutting out an integral part of this franchise. Like, one of the best things about the digital world is how absurd it can get.
Oh, excuse me.
But and the digital world in Tamers is just boring. And a lot of the ideas it did introduce, Tamers kind of... No, Chelsea, Lotmon's from 02. No, Chelsea, Lotmon's from 02.
Alright, and then
Tamers sort of introduced card slashing, but it kind of ditched those ideas early on, which is unfortunate.
Okay.
That was genuinely interesting. And biomerging, Matrix Evolution, not to be confused with Matrix Evolution because the writers couldn't come up with two different names, was not interesting. But then Frontier essentially copied it and made it interesting because their kids turned into Digimon Power Rangers, essentially.
Oh.
It feels very Tokusatsu-like from the first episode.
Oh. I might check it out.
That's a road trip series, essentially. Where they just go around seeing these parts of the digital world and meeting various Digimon as they go on their quest to defeat a group of eccentric villains.
You said Frontier, correct?
Yeah, Frontier.
Oh.
That's cute.
I feel like Frontier has some of the best villains in the franchise.
Oh.
Like Etamon, like people love the villains from the first series, but like, I really like the Frontier villains, even if the characters in Frontier are kind of lacking though, so that's unfortunate. And Cross Wars felt like watching a video game. Like, you get the code crown, then we can go to the next area, and every time it's something different. It's like, here's just a grassy area. Here's an ocean area with a giant Waymon. Here's essentially a place full of confectionaries.
Huh.
Cross Wars I don't think is a good series, but there are times where it gets better than it has any right to be. And I feel like Digicrossing is probably one of the better gimmicks of the franchise, though I'm sure people will disagree. My main issue with it is it doesn't feel earned. Like, a new Digimon, time to Digicross, without any of that emotional build-up you typically expect of an evolution.
Alright.
And a lot of people complain about Ghost Game being episodic, but there are episodes where it gets really good, so I kind of trust them that when they do start to take things more in a plot-driven way, they'll handle it well. But I think it's one of those plots like, well, most series kind of have an arcs. Tamers in 02 get kind of messy. Like, Adventure is the Devimon arc, which is followed by the Etamon arc, which is followed by the Vamdemon arc, which is then the Dark Masters arc, and then the show's over. 02 is the Kaiser arc, and then a bunch of squiggly lines. Like, what's going on here? They can't really. They have a villain, but they don't want to commit to anything just yet. And messy. Tamers, I can't tell you when the story begins, but I can tell you when it ends. Because it's like, yeah, here's Hypnos. Never mind, here's the Deva. Never mind, they're going to the digital world because Deva reasons up. Deva are all dead. Here's the god of the Deva. And then the other god of the Deva is like, knock it off, we've got bigger fish to fry. And then there's the D-Raper, and then the show's over. And Frontiers, mostly one big arc, getting to Cherubimon and dealing with the evil spirits. And then after that is Lucimon and the Royal Knights, and that's where the show really goes downhill, unfortunately.
Okay.
And Sabers was just dealing with random Digimon, then Ictor and Mercurimon, not Mercurimon, Mercurimon's from Frontier. Mercurimon and Ictor introduced, and then Karata's introduced, and then Karata becomes the big villain, where he kills off Mercurimon. And the whole Digimon genocide arc, and then it ends with Yggdrasil and the Royal Knights. Cross Wars is basically split into 3 sections, where the first 2 sections are essentially one season, and then Young Hunters is its own thing. But Ghost Game, I feel like it's just going to have whoever is behind Gulas. I think Gulas connects to something, and whoever that is, that's going to be the one villain of the show.
Okay.
So I prefer this direction than the last one. Because Colon Cancel was the Devimon arc, the Millenniummon arc, and the essentially Great Catastrophe arc. Defeating Devimon didn't mean jack. Defeating Millenniummon didn't mean jack. Defeating Abaddon ends the show. And they can't. They don't find out Devimon exists until a couple of episodes before they kill him. And it's just because like when they defeat Millenniummon 2, it says, there's a bigger threat than Millenniummon. You gotta go deal with that. But a lot between the big villain fights is just a lot of dicking around, and it's like I saw a YouTuber compare it to sprinting on a treadmill. When to me it was more like walking a marathon. It's like, we're going somewhere, we're not getting anywhere, but we've got to keep reminding everyone the plot is happening, which is the same problem Apple Monsters had. Which also had the one villain, not counting smaller villains like Mianimon, who was treated like trash when she finally did something, or the Big Four, who were all treated like trash when they finally did something, or Satellitemon or something, who did one thing and died. And he was supposed to be the villain taking over for Warudamon. He shows up once and dies in his next appearance after that. So I remember watching Colin Cancer, and I was like, please, can we just... I would be okay with a show that just didn't have a plot. And if it would take more from the reference book, that would also be delightful. And I basically got that with Ghost Game. So it doesn't take from the reference book 100% of the time, but there are clearly episodes where it feels like they locked the writers in a room, like none of you are leaving until you've all read the reference book profiles.
Do your homework.
So hey, let's make an episode around this concept, like a Repamon's tail has a wall of its own, so we make an episode around the fact that a Repamon and its tail aren't agreeing with each other. There are times like, let's just give this Digimon new powers or something. That's the standard for Digimon. a lot of the time, reference book profiles are written separately from the Digimon. Like, you watch Tamers and the Deva have no personality. So the reference book gave them personalities. Even though it's not the show. More modern times, generally a Digimon will be written for a show, and then the reference book will be written up afterwards. Some things are more complex. Like, I don't know if Thetismon's reference book profile came first, or if the anime episode came first. Like, the concept from an anime episode came first, because her episode revolves around poison, and she can heal poisons. So they wrote, and I don't know, like, did they envision her being able to heal poisons before they wrote the reference book profile, or did someone like, hey, what if she could cure poison? And the anime team's like, hey, we can use that. Because Jellymon and Gammamon are very different in the anime than they are from the reference book profiles, but Canavismon and Thetis are very similar to their reference book profiles. So Gammamon is like a 3-year-old, a very expressive 3-year-old in the Ghost game, but in the reference book, Gammamon rarely show emotion.
Really?
Yeah, and then Jellymon is a fighter for justice and whatnot. And yeah, not so much Ghost game. But always looking for things to entertain herself with. In fact, she evolves to Tesla Jellymon, which involved watching cage matches. Tesla Jellymon canonically likes wrestling in the reference book. And Canavismon is a big fan of justice, and that's how he's depicted in the show. So yeah, not everyone is enjoying the episodic format of Ghost Game, and that's fine, except for the problem of every Digimon show is different. So complaining about a Digimon show being different from other Digimon shows is kind of strange. Like, you kind of have to acknowledge going in, like, yeah, this series is what it is, and complaining about, like, something being what it is kind of dumb. Like, Superman is a big hero of truth, justice, and the American way. Like, if you're gonna complain about that, find a different superhero.
Yeah. Okay.
But I do understand where people are coming from. Like, the story's taking too long to get on. Like, I went through that phase when I'm kind of out of it now. I did think things were going to be handled very differently. Like, Gulith showed up sooner than I thought it was going to show up. It took him 13 episodes, and I thought, this feels too soon, actually. Because I thought when Gulith shows up, that was going to lead to something, but it really hasn't. But I kind of expect the next time he shows up might, unless he shows up today. Which, I don't know if he showed up today or not. I haven't watched the episode yet. He could, because Angoramon's perfect form, it seems like something which might get Gulith showing up, but maybe he won't. Maybe his perfect form will show up today. I haven't been checking Twitter or the usual forum I frequent, so I have no idea. I've been avoiding it today.
You've been waiting for it to officially come out so you can watch it.
Yeah, because last week, not last week, Thetismon was 2 weeks ago, I think. We all know she was coming, just preview. It's like, oh, poisonous Digimon. Jellymon's involved. Oh yeah, we all know what's going on. But this one could be up in the air. I'm not confident it will be the perfect episode. It feels like more foreshadowing, because he takes a hard turn in a different direction. So like a gentlemanly, dancing, monkish sort of guy to a monster. But mostly I'm just enjoying a Ghost Game for what it is. And I'm not going to judge, like, I can't say they're handling the story terribly, because they haven't been constantly reminding me something's going on, like last couple seasons did. Because they kept drawing attention to a story which they had no intention of telling. while Ghost Game is doing the opposite. Like, yeah, there is a story, but we're not going to make you worry about it right now. So we're all just biding our time for something to happen, rather than waiting for them to hurry up and get on with it like they've been promising all season. It's just... I do wish they would have called more attention to Gullis over time. They did a little bit of that after his first appearance, but after his second, it's kind of been... Gullis doesn't really exist, except for the Ken of Weissman episode, which I generally don't see people complaining about this, but they really should have been. There's no stakes to Gullis showing up in that episode, because Gullis hasn't done anything wrong, really. He tried to kill everyone but Hero the first time he showed up. The second time he killed a bad Digimon and was like, peace out, and left. So him showing up in the Ken of Iceman episode is not something the audience really has to worry about. Because what's he gonna do? Kill another bad Digimon? Which I feel like that is a weakness of the episodic storytelling. But I seem to have been the only person talking about that.
Well, maybe
if Gullis had shown up earlier, killed a Digimon they didn't want him to kill, and they weren't fighting a Vamdemon, they were fighting more of a misunderstood Digimon, then we would have been concerned about Gullis showing up, because the kid's like, he already killed one Digimon we didn't want him to kill, we can't let him kill another. But that's not what happened.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just have to see for myself, because I am watching that show right now. So I'll just have to see for myself when, if I have the same opinion as USGD. But I'll get to talk more about my opinion on that show later. So yeah. But I guess this is a good time now, since we're now an hour into the stream, and SGD, you've been talking, obviously, you've been giving us a lot of, stuff about, what Digimon is about and all that. But this is still a 2-cent stream, so we still got, we chose our topics to talk about, and you, my friend, also have something specific you want to talk about. Even though it's Digimon, you could talk about anything about Digimon forever. But I guess this is a good time now to get into the stuff we wanted to talk about. But SGD, you're not done talking yet, though. This.
Want me to talk about my history with Digimon beforehand? I didn't explain how I got into the series.
Man, this is the preamble?
This is the preamble. Wow. That's a long preamble. This is...
Wow.
Well, I mean, it's 25 years worth of stuff going on here. So... So of course, SGD's going to have a lot to talk about. If you can make it quickly, SGD, like, just real quick, like, what... At the very least, what was the thing that got you into Digimon in the first place?
I'm trying to keep it within an hour.
So how about keep it within 5 minutes?
Hey, I gotta head out early.
Minutes.
All right.
Oh, you gotta head out? All right. Have a good night, Comet.
Good night. And I think I had a joke and I forgot about it.
Oh.
Yeah, it could. How about your favorite, your new waifu?
What? Kinkakumon?
Yeah, we all know that's Comet's new waifu.
I made the joke back when I was talking about those episodes.
Comet,
One day.
Comet, your silence isn't helping.
He said one day she will be his waifu.
No. One day I'll get y'all back. You'll see. You'll see.
Oh, so I'm exposing the truth.
Alright. Yeah,
All right, good night, everybody.
Alright, have a good night, Comet.
All right.
Alright, well, it's just the four of us at this fine dining establishment. Nick is still late.
Man, we're awfully close to each other.
Well, this is a small little booth, you know. I gotta fit everyone in this booth. So, you know, what's the point of us as being at this dining establishment if we're just sitting at different tables? But anyway, so just real quickly, SGD. So, what was it that got you into Digimon in the first place?
For me, growing up, Digimon was essentially around. I remember a couple episodes from the original series dubbed. I don't remember what happened in them. I just remember me and Joe were together. So that was the Dark Masters arc. And I remember cards from the original card game, and they weren't early cards. They were a bit later. I could tell because they were the VPET artwork, or the reference book artwork, but the reference book didn't exist at the time. Because early stuff like 3D models, and then later stuff was like different artists' takes, or just copy-pasted art from the VPETs. And I didn't like it, because kids are very judgmental. And it doesn't help that I saw certain Digimon, like Patamon, Centomon, Scumon. I still remember the restaurant I was in. I saw an Okuamon card, and I thought, that's lazy. It's just a grey version of the red bug. Which, as a girl, like, no, it's not. It's a very distinct design. And I think the reason why I hated it as a kid, the cards, was why I got into the franchise later. Because as I grew up, I sort of liked this more gritty, realistic designs. And I remember at a friend's house I used to play Digimon Rumble Arena a lot, but I had no clue what was going on. And one day when I was young, a friend of mine gave me Digimon the movie for my birthday. And I enjoyed the first two segments of that movie and hated the third. And then as an adult, like, oh wow, this is actually better than the Japanese. My God. People say Golden Transcendent Evolution, whatever, Hurricane Landing, I don't know, I can't remember. They're two movies. Actually good in Japanese, and I watched them like, no. It's kind of a running theme for a lot of Digimon stuff. It's like, no, this isn't good. And the first segment was the Digimon Adventure, sort of an OVA, as people call it, even though it's not technically an OVA. And that was done by a completely different guy from usual Digimon stuff, which also had a more gritty take on Greymon and Agumon. And I really liked that. And Our War Game was done by the same guy, and that follows a completely different story, and you grow up and realize, like, oh wow, this story really sucks.
Oh good.
This is some of the best Digimon. Like, no, the Japanese is terrible.
I'm glad you're talking about something that's my topic, actually. Yeah, I decided to do it.
And so I would watch that movie a lot, except for not the third segment, because that was awful.
Okay. We need to talk, because...
we'll get to when we get there.
Well, we're already talking about it.
We got like other stuff to talk about too. It was like
you literally put my segment number 2.
Well, I didn't know SGD was gonna the movie was like a big part of my childhood.
Hey, Changus.
What?
It's SGD. It's gonna connect. Everything is gonna connect.
Well, that's why. Well, that's why the stream is just the SGD talks about Digimon stream.
I was more of a Pokemon kid growing up. The first game I got was Emerald after I had the flu or something. And I got a DS after the flu. I got a Game Boy Advance before then. And then I got Pearl, and then Pokemon Black, and then I kind of fell off Pokemon for a while. I only picked up X at a friend's insistence, and I never finished it. Because I sort of growing tired of Pokemon, because Pokemon sort of has a curious case of Benjamin Button, where the franchise is becoming less than it used to be. It seems nowadays like things could be getting better a few years from now. But one thing like which they always heavily emphasize about Pokemon is like you bond with your Pokemon, but that's never present in any of the games. And I really craved that sort of connection to something, and I didn't touch Sun and Moon. I didn't touch Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. I like a lot of Pokemon designs, but then Gen 6 really became a point where I stopped liking most of the designs. Like Gen 6 had more designs I wasn't so fond of. Gen 7 was even more of that, even though it did have some of the best designs, and also Ultra Beast. Ultra Beast is just Digimon. And then Gen 8 came out, and I just saw the 3 starters, and I'm like, yeah, I'm done. I'm done with this franchise. And I'm like, screw it, I'm gonna watch Digimon. And then I watched Digimon Adventure, like original Japanese, and I was like, this is amazing. And that's how I got into Digimon.
So you got into Digimon to spite Pokemon.
Not really, it's more of like, not to spite Pokemon, because I hadn't touched it in years. It's like 3 Pokemon X was 2013. So I hadn't touched it in a very long time.
Wow. Damn. Alright then.
And I'm watching more Sword and Shield stuff come out. I was very glad I made the decision to ditch that franchise. Because you do see design shifts over time with Pokemon. And then Gen 8 happened, and it's like, yeah, this isn't even a Pokemon anymore. Which is weird, because they still have like the main artist behind it, Ken Sugimori. He's still around, but I think mostly he just does character design or something. He's not the art director for all the series anymore. And I think that's a kind of a problem Pokemon has, like why things shifted the way they did. Because the original Pokemon designs, you look at them and their sprites, like there are significant differences between some of them. That's because Ken Sugimori redrew them. The sprites were designed by the sprite artists. They got to make the Pokemon. Then Ken Sugimori is like, oh, I don't like Pikachu having a belly, like a white belly. I'm gonna get rid of that. I don't like Cloyster looking like a clam. I'm gonna make him a vagina. Those are the sort of changes he made.
Okay.
Digimon has a much more consistent thing. Like you can tell, like, okay, this is from this era based on the way it's drawn. But the design itself, like nothing, I'd say really looks. This doesn't look like a Digimon to me. Something I've never seen that myself. And they still have Kenji Watanabe, but there are Digimon which are not designed by Kenji Watanabe that make me say, like, yeah, this franchise is going to be fine when he finally moves on. And I don't have that confidence with Pokemon because I'm already seeing, like, yeah, this isn't Pokemon anymore, and he's still there. Like, the main artist, is still there.
Okay.
I remember liking Golisopod, and that's probably my inner Digimon fan waiting to come out. Me liking black girls as a kid. I didn't realize, oh, yeah, that's my type.
Oh.
Oh.
One of those things.
Well, shit. We gotta get Serena in this call now.
Don't you stop shipping us too.
You're the one who said she was your type.
I never said Serena was my type.
SGD, you knew the second you grew weak, we pounced on you. This is your fault more than it is ours.
Oh, yes. That means we can find... Oh, you just opened the doors of possibility.
Genghis, are you saying all black women look the same?
No.
I'm just saying that Serena happens to be a single black woman. You like, people of that, skin tone.
I've seen Serena's face, and she's not quite my type.
What is that? Now, what is that supposed to mean, SGD?
I prefer more West African phenotype.
What is that supposed to mean, SGD?
It means African Americans and Africans from Africa do have a distinct phenotype.
Okay. Man, you're judging based on facial structure
Yes.
now?
Okay.
What is this, the 1800s?
Okay.
SGD, you're burying yourself. Keep digging, you're burying yourself.
What is it like a jawline thing or what?
So we all know that his favorite movie is Black Panther now because it has all four of African women.
I don't like Black Panther, the movie. I much prefer T'Challa in Civil War.
Well, everyone does.
But
In Civil War, it's not even that good.
none of the Marvel movies are really that great.
They're fun to watch. That's about it.
But yeah, I started watching Adventure, and things kind of just went on from there. And I had a pretty good time until Apple Monsters. Fortunately, I didn't binge it, which is kind of my mistake, because then I had to binge colon cancer, and that was legitimately bad for my health, hence why I call it colon cancer.
What?
I had to finish that show before the next series debuted, and that turned out to be Ghost Game, and that was sweet anodyne.
I have to ask, what is the point of you having a topic, SGD, when you just keep talking about it? Like, I was like, well, before the stream, like, all week I was asking, like, what are you guys gonna be talking about for Digimon? Like, and then SGD is like, oh, I have a topic, like, okay.
SGD's topic is Digimon. you knew this when you wrote up this card, James.
You knew this when I put that gun to your head.
Yeah, but then you were like, but you had a specific topic. You wanted to talk about the light novels, but we've been here sitting at this restaurant for over an hour, and you're still just talking about your connection and past with Digimon itself.
I recall you asking me for a topic.
I didn't ask you of a topic. I just said if anyone had a topic to talk about.
Okay, yeah. Is it my turn now?
I haven't talked about the light novels yet. I'm gonna be brief because I didn't reread them. I had to play Cyber Sleuth.
You had to... SGD, if Nod is going to go through hell, then I will join him.
It helped clear up some misconceptions I had about the game. I don't think it's any better. I still think it's terrible.
Oh, okay.
It kind of made things worse. Like, I understand. I understand. It's not this. It's this. Oh god, that's worse.
Okay.
Actually, I wish. It's like I'm behind you. It's like, but I agree with you.
But I'm agreeing with you.
I should probably talk about the light novels now.
Yeah, alright, here we go.
Alright.
We get to an hour in,
The
now we get to
Digimon-
talk about light novels.
Oh my goodness!
The Digimon has 3 light novels. All of them make up the first season, or a retelling of the first season by the director and one of the writers. And I haven't seen The Room, but this is honestly like a cross between the first 2 Ava Rebuild movies and The Room for me.
What?
Where some stuff is like, this is just absolutely absurd, it's hilarious, or this is so bad, it's funny, or
Wait, you put like the Rebirth movies in that category?
No, it's like, it's so bad it's funny as The Room, and then I was getting to the rebuild parts. There's some changes I do like, and a lot of changes I don't, which is like my opinion on the first 2 rebuild movies, where a lot of things like, I like this change, but I despise this change.
What's the? Now I need to know what is the changes that you despise. Like, give me an example.
And Ava or Digimon?
Ava.
I hate Asuka's introduction in the rebuild.
Look, I hate Asuka in general, so.
Well,
I don't hate Asuka, but I hate her introduction in the rebuild.
well, if it brings solace to you, SGD, I'm pretty sure Ano doesn't care about the rebuild movies anymore either. He's too busy making Ultraman.
I don't care what Anno thinks of the rebuild movies, I still enjoy them. Not as much as the original series, except for the 4th movie is really good though. And
I need to watch that 4th movie.
You still haven't watched the 4th rebuild?
No,
Oh.
it's 3 hours.
If you're ever gonna see anything from the rebuild, just watch the 4th movie. You're good.
You're good.
Oh, I've seen the other 3, and it's like they're all good.
They're all good, but it's like the 4th one is worth it. Like the 3.
The 3rd one is like
The 4th
it's both the
It's
worst
promising.
and the best of the rebuild
The
movies.
4th one is just, to me, the 4th one is just clearly, this is, yeah, Ano's done with Ava. He's done with this Ava. Ultraman is his best friend now.
but anyway, Nijara sidetracked us.
Okay.
The novels.
Taking the role of Xenoneck, okay? Someone has to.
Actually, I could tie this back in. So speaking of changes you don't like, so what were some changes you didn't like in these light novels?
So a lot of it is like retelling certain parts of the episodes. Like you can tell, like, oh, this is this episode, this is this episode. There are times where it skips over this stuff, like, oh, they mention what happened in the Andromon episode without retelling the Andromon episode. And then there's times where they just completely ignore episodes even happening.
Oh.
Things just changed enough for the better. Like, we have some paragraphs about Takeru having lunch with his mother because he had to come home from camp early because of snow. And in the original series, they're skulking about where their 7 kids grew up and encounter a Mammon. In the light novels, that attack sort of happens when Takeru is having lunch with his mother. It does tell us more things about his mother, like she's half French, this is what she does for a living, stuff like that. In the Etamon arc, the pyramid, they attack to rescue Sora and find Nanomon. Doesn't have any defenses really. It's mostly just Etamon and goons. In the novel, Nanomon activates the defenses, which are like machine guns or something, and it just starts mowing everyone down, and there's piles of bodies everywhere. Like, what even? Like, this is so
Digimon?
edgy. This is a novel.
Oh.
It just gets ridiculously edgy, and it sounds like it's really inconsistent too. When Skull
There's no guns mowing down bodies in the original Digimon show, is there?
No, it's just everyone's goons beating people up. When they fight a Greymon in the original series, Greymon becomes a Skull Greymon to fight the same Greymon, to fight another Greymon, because Taichi expressed a recklessness instead of courage, which is the one kind of courage as homeostasis puts it later in the series. And then he picks up the Greymon, throws it, and blows it up with a missile.
Oh.
In the light novel, it says he reduced him to a pulp. Like, that's all it says, and I saw people describing that, like, oh, I can't wait to read that part. Like, no, that's just literally what it says. Like, oh, that's very interesting. And they describe Digimon leaving bodies, which, like, no Digimon series really does that, because this is for kids. You can't air that on daytime television. But then there are times like, Metal Greymon hits the Dark Tyrannomon with missiles and they disintegrate like they're made of data. Like, huh.
I'm just waiting for that alternate take on Ghost Game where Pokemon's body never disappears. It's just lying there.
Yeah. Yamato is a lot more of a lone wolf edgy type in this one. Like, he gets Metal Garurumon, kills Pinocchimon, is like, I can take on the rest of the Dark Masters by myself, and then he was absorbed by the world of darkness. Like, what is even going on here? Because they really had to rush that last of the 3 light novels.
Huh.
There are some funny stuff. Like, Piemon pulls out a chainsaw in his fight.
Chainsaw.
Try and find the exact line. He snapped his fingers together and a chainsaw appeared out of thin air. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what you are about to see next is a magic trick where I will cut this mon's body in half. I will be cutting through his body to sever his legs. Behold, ladies and gentlemen. In the actual show, he kills War Greymon, and then Metal Greymon literally brings him back to life with the power of friendship, because that's his crest. I remember another problem I had. Nanomon is behind Apocalypse in the novels. He releases them from his prison. It's like, that's weird. I don't want to do an in-depth review. Maybe another time.
Another time.
All of this stuff is like lots of interesting information, and other times it's like, this is so awful, it's hilarious. They were going to do the same thing for 02, but they never got around to it. Kind of disappointing because I don't have high opinions of 02, but it would have been nice to hear some extra bits of information that the novel this gave us for the first season. And I did read an English translation, which is a fan translation, and I do keep a personal copy of that on my computer because I had to make a few adjustments because the way the Japanese use Oni-chan is not how we use brother. So when you translate it to brother, it comes off as very creepy.
Oh.
That's why a lot of subs tend to translate Oni-chan just as a person's name.
Oni-chan is much like a lot of Japanese term, is a catch-all term. It can mean anything depending on what it's used in context with. So you will see brothel girls use Oni-chan when referring to their customers. And
I don't mean I understand.
Brother, it means.
But it's like Yamato is Takeru's Oni-chan, so when he's talking to Yamato, he calls them Oni-chan. But in general conversation, we don't refer to our brothers the way the Japanese use Oni-chan. So when he says brothers spaghetti was delicious, it sounds weird.
Well,
the website I found this on was Digital Scratch, which is a reference to one of the songs, Koshiro's theme, Digital Scratch. You can probably find it there still. It does provide a lot of context for things. Like, it's talking about this area, so the translator gave a picture of that area of Tokyo. They describe certain things, like, this is what Japanese summer camp is like. This is the object they're referring to. Like some... There's a neat little reference when the kids meet Leomon. Yamato and Takarosa are reminded of their father, which is a nod to the fact their father and Leomon have the same voice actor in the show. Their father is even named after the voice actor, which is a common theme for all of the parents in the first season. Like, yeah, let's just name them after their actor or actress. These can't mean anything. Just. This is probably only. Yeah, these are probably only worth a read if you are a fan of the original series in Japanese. If you are not into Digimon, this is not where you want to start.
You mean Digimon doesn't have machine guns mowing down bodies?
No.
I'm disappointed.
One part, it gets really graphic. Saber Leomon is fighting Metal Digimon, and in the original show he shows up after that fight. He damages Metal Digimon's eye, and then he gets cut in half by his ultimate stream. He's seeing the world change around him, and Digimon are being ripped in half by the change of environment, because the novel does make the same mistake of the original series, and kind of forgetting time dilation exists, and the kids would have been gone for several years, not several weeks.
Just time dilation.
Yeah, in the original series.
That's gonna suck.
Well, it means that a lot of time passed in the digital world, but none passed in the human world. And Saber Leomon gets ripped in half, and the kids watch him die. Like, this is ripped up. And they cut off. His head explodes. Metal Digimon's head explodes when Saber Leomon's cut in half, and then Walgreens has to cut the rest of the body in half to stop it from falling on the kids. And I'm like, why?
What the hell?
Why are you doing this? Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, so bad, it's hilarious.
Okay.
Everyone's death in the original series is really convoluted. Like, I don't know, Walgreens flies through him or something while he's spinning. And he just dies. Like, okay. It's like, no, it's really graphic and violent. Like, what is this? I don't like edgy stuff, but this is entertaining.
Well, part of me is kind of bummed out that I didn't start with the novels.
Yeah, all in all, it's an experience, but not as good as the original source material.
I see. Wow.
Hey.
Maybe I'll talk about these another time, but I think that's enough for now.
Oh my god! Yeah, you spent how long has it been?
We're only an hour and a half. A little over an hour and a half in Ninjato, which means we're still in the beginning part of our show, knowing how long it usually takes.
Well, do you see a Xenomorph around here?
No. Where is that?
Where is he? Because his raviolis are getting full.
Yeah. Wait, hold on, I got it. Let me see that. Oh, I see him on mine, Discord. That means that boy's nearby. He probably, you know what? he probably went to the wrong address. That's what it is. He's probably lost. I'll send you the right address. Don't worry.
Xenonet!
Alright, well, in the meantime, until Nick can find the right address, here we go. Now, Ninjato, you've been clamoring so hard for this. Here you go. You could talk about SGD's favorite thing.
Yeah. This is the worst. This is now my worst movie I have ever seen. And
Ninjato.
no, This is not Kino.
No, I said you could be watching Kino. That's what I was
Yes,
saying.
I could have. You see, I could have spent this week talking about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. I could have spent time
Well, you could watch
talking about
something.
the fighting game collection. Anything else, but no. This week was Digimon week, and so I decided,
Wow.
and I didn't want to spend hours watching 50 episodes.
Well, you can watch a good Digimon thing. It doesn't have to be a whole show.
It's connected to, like, the iconic Changus.
Okay, alright. Now, well, look, calm down, channel. Look, the point is, I already made the promise to SGD that I would give him a Digimon special. We did special streams for like pretty much everyone here. We did a Transformers special. We did a Get a Robo special. So, you know, I decided, you know what? Give SGD a W. He gets a Digimon special. There's Nick.
Get off my shoulder, Nick. Get on my shoulder.
Hold on.
I waited since last year to ask for this special.
So,
I
so
checked when the 25th anniversary was. I was like, oh, it's on a Sunday for me. And then
Wow.
I'll ask Chang to do a 2 cents.
Nick, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool.
I was
Yeah.
out.
I know. Did you, Oh.
How do you like this new place?
Did I what?
Never mind.
How do you like the new place?
Yeah, it's alright. But what were you gonna say, Changus?
I was gonna ask, did you get to see a different time to watch, you know?
They only had one showtime.
Wow.
Yeah. At the very least, I ended up going to see Bob's Burgers instead.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Also, I got some stuff.
Oh, of course you do. Nick comes to a fine dining establishment. First thing he does is he shows us stuff.
Yeah.
Alright, what you got for us?
He's not the only person who's gonna flex.
Oh, Jaws.
Yep.
Nice.
Yes.
Oh.
Ear tag.
GHX 1138.
Interesting.
Yeah, GHX 1138.
Alright.
Lucas is early.
What else you got for us?
Wrong button.
Oh.
And in hindsight, it was probably a good idea that I didn't go see a G.I. Joe, because we had to go to another theater to see Bob's Burgers, and along the way, to kill some time, we ended up going to disc replay, and I ended up finding this.
Hey! Nice. Blaster gang. Legacy Blaster. Yeah, you got a Legacy Blaster.
What is wrong with me? It's stupid buttons.
You alright, man?
Yeah, I'm probably right now. It seems like I'm reenacting the movie of Digimon.
Oh wait, I just realized that wasn't the Legacy box. That was the Kingdom box.
Yeah!
Wow, you got him. You
I
got.
got Kingdom Blaster.
I mean, it's the same
Hey,
toy,
yeah.
just repackaged, but you got the Kingdom box. Wow.
Yeah!
Okay.
Well priced too! 30!
Not bad. For you know what? For a Voyager, actually Nick, for a Voyager 30, that's cheap.
Oh yeah,
For a Voyager class, yeah. You got lucky.
I did.
Nice. Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, Blaster Bros. But anyways, as I was saying,
Yeah, I'm speaking with things.
not just talking to someone, don't worry. But as I was saying, Nick decided to join us to this fine dining establishment. Oh, his servant's here.
Hey, Nick. Was there any suspicious activity as you were let in?
No.
Any suspicious people?
Look, I rented out this restaurant with my own money, fair and square, Ninjato.
Look, I'm being parent after watching Goodfellas. Everything is gonna end up.
Hold on, I'm just gonna put this right next to Nick. There we go. He gets to show off his legacy blaster on the table.
Well, here's your ravioli mix, and Nick, I tried to keep it hot for you.
You keep saying stuff like that, and something might happen sooner or later.
All right, but as I was saying, Ninjato, look, I promised SGD that I would give him a Digimon special. So here we are. He gets a Digimon special. We get
and I suffered alone through this.
Well, if it gives you solace, next week you get to talk about National Treasure.
Okay.
Before you start with the movie proper, Ninjato, it is customary that you share our thoughts about
what?
Anaconda short form.
Wait, what?
The Angela Anaconda short.
Yeah.
I actually did not see it because so the version I saw, I had to stay out the high seas for it, and so it didn't include that short.
Just hit the family button.
Oh, the fan of it.
All right, there you go.
Failure.
Like then move on.
So I didn't even suffer anymore.
SGD's like, no, I think SGD's more mad not at the fact that you didn't suffer, more you used questionable means to watch his favorite stuff.
No, he didn't watch the short. That's what I'm upset about.
Oh.
Yes.
It's
Questionable means to watch Digimon. I'm not supporting Crunchyroll. They gaslit me.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't even Crunchyroll.
The Ghost Game subtitles. They said Kinkakumon and Ginkakumon are vaccine, but they're virus. And then say Bergamon is a virus, but he's a vaccine.
All right.
There's a meme.
You know what a vaccine is, right?
Wait, hold on. Now we'll say something.
There's a meme. I forgot.
The one where the short calls the divorce.
But it's both a virus type and it's a virus buster. So and underneath it, it's the Obi-Wan. It's the prequel of Obi-Wan going, "You became loose." You're born to destroy.
I think Gallantmon. There's a couple like that actually, especially with Pendulum Z.
Oh.
They added some more virus busters with their virus attributes. Mimicmon is a virus because it ate so many viruses.
Alright. Alright then. So Ninjato, you now you get to
Oh no! I decided to look up the Angela Conda. Nope. Only 36 seconds. Nope. I already suffered enough.
All right then. Well, you get to talk about your experience of suffering.
Okay. So the first thing is that I hate all these characters.
Wow.
Like, this is my feelings towards them. Look at the streaming backroom. That right there. Especially Kairi, whatever, the little sister.
Wow.
who served as, like, this was, of course, a dubism where they added narration to explain every single thing. It's just, I just imagine them.
They added narration in order to tie these three unexplainable movies together because Fox needed another movie after Pokemon.
Well, yeah. Well, here's the funny part. You know what's the funny part? Is that I can tell what was the original movies on each of the parts, and only the third one I was interested in.
Well, the third movie is actually 2 movies.
Yeah, I know
They're
that.
not 3, it's 4. People forget that.
Okay, but still, it's the
All right.
the other two, which by the way, guess who was the director of these of the 2 movies?
I have no
Guess
idea.
what?
Who?
Mamoru
Yeah, he did Summer Wars.
Yeah.
Ah.
It was his directorial debut, and guess what I think of it? His art, the art of it is total garbage. It was eye bleeding.
Man, this is some
Which
vitriol coming
movies?
from you, man.
The first, second, or both.
The first one was okay because it was mostly at night, but the second one I wanted to gouge my eyes out.
Damn, boy.
First I thought, oh, this must be from the original show. But then I looked it up, and it was not. It was actually standard late 90s, early 2000s kids anime. It was actually appealing to watch. Not this one. They decided to have like the typical typical not so detailed art style with very muted colors. It's like, okay, that's usually there because they have lots of fluid animations. And guess what we spend most of the plot doing? Guess what the most attention of the story of the second part is?
Do tell.
It's
Emails and phone lines.
I've seen people talk about the one episode of the original series, and his art style is like jump 15 minutes before the deadline.
Yeah, but no, look, Changus, I
Okay.
get it. This is early 2000s where Wi-Fi was not a thing and all that stuff. But
Okay.
This
I
was
was expecting a Digimon story. I was expecting bites.
Okay.
Yeah, our war game was released on March 2000.
Alright, hold on. Notwithstanding
Our War game is sort of an interesting thing because it was a short where Mamoru Hosoda is like, oh, it's sort of his first time directing, and it was something he brought up to the animation studio. It's like he wanted to come up with he came up with 2 ideas. I think one was he wanted a Mad Summer type movie in which all the characters like raced towards Okinawa, and second, he wanted to make the main character is solving all the problems through his computer alone. So he decided, I guess.
Yeah, our war game was going to be a road trip between Taichi and a new character, or what it turned out to be until he picked the latter.
Yeah.
The first section was also going to be Taichi's father at the Tokyo Olympic Games as a child with a Digimon, but then they decided to make it not that.
Yeah, well, anyway, of course, some of the stuff was, cut out for the English dubs, but I could tell, even by the stuff they included, the stuff they included, that I would not like the originals at all. Because you got the first part, which is literally Ponyo with a kaiju fight at the end.
Okay.
I find they did cut things out from the first part, not a lot, but primarily it's just tightening the editing.
Okay.
It's just imagine Ponyo, but in the English dub, it's narration throughout. By the way, by the little sister. So you'll get quite annoyed that it's like I am never gonna watch the dub again because I'll be reminded about this movie, and if I ever go, and I want to.
Is it really that bad?
I enjoy the first part more than the Japanese. because, like I said, better editing in the English. Like the Japanese has this long pause, and Koromon poops. They make it much shorter in the English. Miko attacking Koromon goes down for too long in the Japanese. After Koromon becomes Agumon and Greymon, doesn't say a word. In the English dub, they do give him some things to say, which I much prefer. Our war game. I'm going to just say this and then Ninja can keep talking. Watching it, it feels like someone made by someone who never worked on Digimon.
Okay. So part 2 was the one that I hate the most out of them. I think the plot is stupid, like totally stupid. Like they literally had to. So they literally had a kind of a focus of kind of getting the band back together. But guess how many people of the original team that says to be part of the team actually showed up?
Do tell.
4. Like 2 were on vacation. I was no. Was it the 2 that joined in later? SGD.
Yeah, Takara and Yamato were in Shimane with their grandmother.
Yeah. Okay. So you have one who's in Hawaii and they did it as a joke, and then they have the other girl.
Okay.
Sora is in a mood.
Sora is in the mood because the main character did something stupid, and they did nothing to tie. They did almost nothing to tie his character to a character arc throughout it, where Tai is like him reconnecting with Soren solves the problem.
All right.
So she's basically out of the picture most of the time, even though they kept on hinting at that at points.
It gets worse. It's shipping bait.
Oh,
it never happens?
No, it's shipping bait. It's to get people to ship them. Like what happens between them in that movie is to get people to ship them. But the director of the original series never intended for that. The original series was going to be 1 season, and Sora marries Yamato at the end, and so he had to push that to 02. Because the director of this movie didn't know that, he put shipping bait in between Sora and Taichi.
Huh.
That is stupid. Oh my goodness.
Don't you love baiting?
She reads his email at the end like, stupid Tai, and it's really not that different in the Japanese, and they're like, it's a shipping moment. Like, okay.
Okay.
A lot of people, this movie made a lot of people ship those two, and they get like shippers. They get unreasonably angry.
So it makes it even more stupid. Okay.
That's stupid Tai.
I am more infuriated. Okay, but you know what really ticked me off? Really?
You know what grinds my gears?
They literally decided to, instead of having genuine conflict, like, the bad guys, they already set up that he evolves quickly. He eats data to evolve quickly, and he becomes stronger naturally. To essentially, he hacks into above champion level, which I'm assuming, who has not seen the original show, I'm assuming it works on sort of a shonen power scale thing. So if a person's champion level, they're like near top tier or something like that. And
when the original season came out, megas weren't a firm thing yet. And they need crests just to reach the ultimate level.
Okay. Well, they just said, in the dub, they say, this cat, he just evolved into champion level. Or something. Like, it's like, okay, he gets stronger quickly. It's like, okay, that's fine enough conflict that requires 2 Digimon, the strongest Digimon, or for all the Digimon to go fight him in a compelling way. But guess what they decide to do?
Do tell.
They decide to spend most of the plot tension to be focused on trying to establish an internet connection. And then... What?
Is this just Death Stranding, where the whole point is you gotta reestablish the internet, guys?
That's a lot of the plot, but then it gets better. You see, the best friend whose Digimon is a bug. I keep forgetting his name. Like Izzy. Yeah, Izzy. So Izzy managed to get a satellite uplink and hacked into military computers so he can connect they can connect through satellite instead of like through the phone company, right? But you know why our heroes are not being able to take out this Digimon and it's kicking its butt?
Do tell.
Emails.
Yeah, I'll explain later, but this is explained in the Japanese and kind of lost in the dub.
Email.
No, they explained they got emails in and it's wrecking the processing power of their computers. Because I'm assuming
so emails in general, then.
Yes, but it was specifically the emails of other kids who are watching their fight because the virus has hacked every computer in the world, even though it's just looking for this one specific individual in Colorado, and he can't find it. Find this one person.
Damn, this is some serious anger.
He
Damn.
does find Willis, but he tries to nuke him.
Yeah, and then he does some war games. He's like, okay, I'm gonna nuke him, but then also I'm gonna nuke every Digimon.
No, he's just nuking Tokyo and Colorado.
Yes, even though he has the. It's stupid. And our main hero, right, Greymon, our powerful heroes, the reason they're not winning fights is because emails from people who are watching their fights either complaining about how they're not winning the fight or cheering them on.
Accurate. That sounds accurate to what will happen in real life. Just as, come on, we need your emails to give them strength. Why are you such a fucking pleb?
But
the emails aren't helping them.
No, the emails are restricting them. But then, for some reason, okay, in the finale of the second part, there's a countdown. They got 10 minutes.
All right.
10
minutes.
Nuke hits.
Until nukes hit, and it took them until 1 minute to finally start doing it. And meanwhile, Izzy, who has been drinking, using the recurring gag of Mom's cooking is so bad, he was drinking a whole bunch of her beef jerky smoothies, and ends up having to go to the bathroom real bad during a unimportant time.
Okay.
Alright. And he decides for some reason. So the main character in Tai, right?
Yeah,
Tai.
And Tai goes into the digital world somehow.
Well, he's magic.
Somehow. Whatever, digital magic. And so is the person with I'm assuming he's his rival.
Yeah. Not really rivals. That's like a minor thing in the final arc.
They're like the two strongest dudes. They're like the top two fighters.
Okay.
Yeah, the two pro tags.
They both get in there after their Digimon gets totally smacked by 75,000 version of the most powerful form of the bad guy. And then they kind of fuse together to make Omnimon, which is a cool design. Like essentially, when it gets to the Digimon fights, it's fun. You can have some fun because they keep playing the Digimon theme in different ways, and you get to see Digimon action a bit. Too bad it's not enough. There's not a lot of action.
It's no use.
So I'm basically twiddling my thumbs and suffering and trying to pause it and look for something else to do to avoid the horrible visuals. And the characters are annoying and the plot doing the weird, it's in that weird pace zone. It's in the horrible pace zone.
Alright.
Of being fast, but also slow.
Okay.
And also just so annoying with drama that is so forced.
Okay.
Like, and so the way they defeat him, Omnimon. So you think Omnimon will totally kick his butt? He kicked all 75,000 except for the original, but he can't do it in time. It's in the countdown. You know how he does it? How they do it?
Do tell.
Izzy uploads a virus full of the emails to him.
He just forwards the address. He emailed them, so he has his address, so he just forwards the emails to his address.
At last, my evil plan shall succeed after I finish you. Prepare to die. You have one new email.
It was a billion of them. And here's the problem, okay? Izzy, as I said, has managed to hack into military grade, security to have access to their satellites, right?
Uh-huh.
Of a foreign nation, by the way. It's the U.S. military specifically. So you have that.
Is it just hacked into the Pentagon?
Yeah, and guess what he doesn't do? The most obvious thing that a super computer whiz would easily do.
Do tell.
Set up a delete bot or figured out that he could just forward the emails to the bad guy earlier.
Well, at least he eventually
Let me know
emailed
when
the
you want-
emails.
Let me know when you want me to explain the doublisms.
I don't need to explain the doublism, knowing that plot point is very stupid to be.
I need to explain it to the audience.
Sure.
Yeah, explain to chat.
So, the movie does cut out a lot of things, like some humorous scenes or some scenes which don't make any sense, like the Daikon Rancher, just closing down the sea actually, going really fast because of Kuromon eating data, some meat having the wrong dates on it, which that doesn't make any sense because Kuromon was just born that same day, so he couldn't possibly have affected that stuff. He was born from a collection of viruses on the internet, so basically Zoromon, but not Zoromon. Wallace has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
And he... all of the things are always the same. There's no ship bait between Mimi and Joe, though. That's kind of in the show.
Yeah.
People ship Mimi and Joe for a reason.
Oh yeah, by the way, one of the members is stuck on a test because he was the guy who decided to go to summer school.
Yeah, Joe wants to be a doctor.
Because he's in Japan, of course he wants to be a doctor.
It's like, Joe, we need your help. I can't. I'm at summer school. Why are you at summer school? Just cause too. Joe, you doctor yet? No, you talk to me when you doctor.
And then the movie goes by pretty normally until Genai shows up, where he says, Karamon's a new Digimon, but it's really dangerous because somehow he knows that. And Tentamon's the one who kicks off everything. He just decides to attack Karamon. And did you try talking to it? And the fight proceeds as it does in the English. The reason Karamon skips to Infomon is because his champion form is a Chrysalis. They at least had the name designed at the time. It was revealed at Tamers. Something which came out, I'm not sure if it was around Tamers. Chrysalimon debuted in Tamers, but a book stated Chrysalimon was a name, he just wasn't in our wargame. Koshiro is not drinking beef jerky shakes, he's drinking oolong tea.
Yeah, I'm assuming the dubism was that they kept on having a recurring joke about the mom, which was, by the way, not very funny.
Yeah, Try makes a big thing of Koshiro liking oolong tea, and I don't care for that. They do cut a lot of stuff of them constantly trying to get to Hikari. She makes a lot more excuses not to leave the party, so she's being kind of a dick. The world is going to end, it doesn't matter, I want to stay at this party. I think there's one more scene.
Forget about that part. The little sister is at a party.
There is, I think, more. Yeah, there's more stuff of Yamato and Takara looking for a computer because their grandmother doesn't have one.
Yeah, they mentioned that, so it's. By the way, also, I forgot. I almost forgot. one of the connective tissues between in the Digimon movies with all 3 segments? Genghis?
No, what is it?
Smash Mouth.
Smash Mouth!
It literally ends with, "Hey, now you're an all-star."
That's amazing.
And of course it doesn't fit. It is so obviously doesn't fit. It's like scenes that are so obviously inspired by Evangelion shots. Where it's like they're doing normal stuff, but they decided to put songs or narrations over because how dare we have empty space and let the visuals tell the story.
And they go to a lot of people's houses looking for a computer. I think the argument between the delivery man and the woman is a bit longer. And the reason why the emails are slowing everyone down, for some reason it slows down Metal Garurumon when it shouldn't be slowing down Metal Garurumon because he's accessing a computer in Shimane, is because the computer system Taichi's father has is I forget the acronym. They don't tell you the acronym though, but
the film just says that it's a stronger computer than the laptop.
Yeah, the dub doesn't explain it. The Japanese does. It is a system. When you look up the acronym, it uses emails, phone, and computer. They're all one interconnected system.
All right.
So that's why the emails slow them down, and why when Infamon is calling all the phones, he's trying to crash the phone lines, knowing it will cut off all the internet.
That's what they were trying to do.
The dub is he's looking for Willis, but he's trying to flick some switches or something.
And it takes him such a long time to find this one kid in the middle of Colorado who, in the world of the dub, created this Digimon.
He's not looking for him in the Japanese. Some interesting things they do skip over in the English is Koshiro gets a friend from America to analyze Kurumon's egg. He's actually a reoccurring mention. He's mentioned in 02. He identifies the D3s as being D3s, and he's mentioned in Tri. Koshiro finds out about the nukes when it's just a singular nuke because Diaboromon is essentially acting in self-defense. From a individual in Taiwan who hacked the Pentagon's computers. Infamon doesn't. Caramon, Infamon, Diaboromon doesn't talk in the dub. Unlike the dub, he talks in the dub, and I prefer that change. And the music, when Omnimon appears or Omegamon appears, I don't think is suiting. Like it's this angelic chorus throughout the whole thing, which is. I sometimes have that problem with Japanese things. Like sometimes the score is really good or really bad, and that moment is like not very good scoring. Because you expect like, okay, Megamon being born, that music is fine. When he's blowing everything to Kingdom Come, I'd prefer you change up the soundtrack a little bit. And another thing I'm forgetting. Emails and stuff have changed around. Infamon goes to America to access nukes, not to find someone.
Yeah, and also, another thing. So, our 2 guys who joined in later, it took them a while because they were watching TV at the grandma house. And yet, one detail that the anime showed that made me go, stop, my immersion broke, was that it shows the detail of like a little corner, a corner where it's like, have like showing times and stuff being all messed up while a baseball game is going.
Okay.
Now, I don't know about the show, but I'm pretty sure that anyone whose main thing they spent a long time doing, like a whole season of a show, noticing these abnormal activities, wouldn't go, that's weird. Something's up.
Okay.
Especially when they had a little gag of Ty calling them and the grandmother picks up and accidentally hangs the phone.
Huh. Alright.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can see how I don't like this movie. I don't like this part. This part was stupid.
The movie came out in March in Japan, so the Japanese is set in March, but the English dub changed it to summer. They had different dates. Even in the Japanese, they forget Tentamon exists. Because when the computer crashes, they just forget Tentamon exists. Because Tentamon was... In the English dub, they remember. He gets mentioned by Taichi finding Diaboromon. But then when Wargreymon and Milgarumon are beat to hell, there's no Patamon or Tentamon.
Oh yeah, they just disappeared. They got like... They got... like... owned for about 2 seconds before doing any digivolving at all.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, we don't know what happened to them. They
Yeah,
just
they never explain that or why Milgarumon is slowing down. The satellite uplink thing, I don't think it was hacking into a computer in the Japanese. It was just bypassing the fact they needed a telephone connection.
But yeah, I think that was the point, but they said it required getting into the computer, like getting into the satellite system.
Yeah,
we lost Not.
Oh no! Not
He lost connection. He lost connection because of the stupid movie. The stupid movie is sending a virus.
Clearly someone sent him too many emails. We just gotta wait for Not to delete all the emails.
Oh my goodness. But anyway, so we still got one more part.
Oh, Nick?
Guys, I think I'm gonna head up for tonight. I'm actually pretty tired.
Okay.
Alright then. Have a good night then, Not. I mean,
Sounds so
Nick.
disappointed, Changus. You sound so disappointed, Changus.
Well, a little bit, because, if you sticked around, we could work a bit more on that Transformers thing. But
yeah, I know, but
you had a long day. It's understandable.
I think all the sleepless hours are but after that other show we have tomorrow, you free afterward?
Oh yeah, I need to read comics.
Oh, that's right.
I forgot about that.
Wait, what do you mean you forgot to read? It's your comic podcast, Ninjato.
Look, I hate that the heat up here was very bad, and it made me. When I get very hot, I get lethargic. Okay, and so I actually spend most of my day sleeping on my bed.
All right.
I understand completely.
I completely understand that too. Yeah, I understand.
I completely forgot about it. Okay.
All right. I understand.
I mean, if you want, postpone it. We can.
I can't because end of the month.
Huh.
My opinion on our war game is the fights don't bother me because people kind of overstate the importance of fights in Digimon. What bothers me is lack of characters. And again, it does feel like someone who's never worked on Digimon, but the writer did write the OVA, but I don't think she actually wrote any episodes of the series.
I just wanted more fights.
Night.
Oh, have a good night.
Night. It's just like... It's... Like, honestly, if it had more fights, then I would have enjoyed it a lot more. The stuff that was given was crap.
Yeah, the Japanese, it was like, back in 2000, people didn't know as much as they know about computers. But they do stuff like, this doesn't make sense in any reality. Like, why is a Ferris wheel connected to the internet? Why does eating data make it speed up? They cut that from the English dub.
Yeah,
People say this movie is a Frankenstein, which is accurate, but they don't realize how. Because Frankenstein's monster was made from a bunch of corpses. All these movies are not great. Not as good as people say they are.
Okay, so the third part was my favorite part. One thing, even though it contains my least favorite character with her annoying voice, but she's not that very long. There's actually not a lot of narration for once. I was spared on that.
Okay.
The narration continued in the second part, by the way. You gotta really love that.
Okay.
But anyway, so the third part is clearly it's that point in the movie where it's like any idea of any interconnectedness gets thrown out of the window. Because one thing, each part gets split up into time skips, but that's not important. The important part is one, Ty and Izzy, not major characters. They don't even show up at all in the third part. Why?
They do at the start. It's just a narration of what everyone's up to.
Yeah, what everyone's up to. And we are with the crew of DO2, of the second crew. Because so at this point, so the movie that apparently the movies it takes from is actually a movie that ties into Digimon Adventure 2, where in the movie premise, it involves a Digimon named Wendigomon, who captures pretty much everyone of the old crew and is seemingly hunting down all the Digimon people. And all their Digimon for some reason. And our main heroes are in America, and they team up with this other guy to battle him. And it was split into 2 movies? 2 parts?
Yeah, it was a 2-part movie.
And then there's a sequel movie. That's also confusing. There's a sequel movie that ties directly into it. But anyway, so...
No, this movie, the third part is the 2 movies smushed together.
But wait, so there's a 2-part...
There's a third 02 movie, which is a sequel to our war game.
Even though it's called The Return of
Diaboromon.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, these movies aren't connected in Japanese except for Our War Game and Return of Diaboromon. And the 2...
Yeah, whatever. You would think they would connect that one, but no, they didn't.
That wasn't out yet.
Yeah, so they decided to cut this one. And basically the premise in this one is that the virus from our war game possesses this random Digimon and makes them into... I would say the Digimon designs are pretty cool.
It finds Willis and infects Kokomon.
Yeah, Kokomon becomes this goofy, derpy, evil-looking thing. I'm gonna show you it. It's kind of funny.
Okay. Alright.
So this is like the main form in the shimmy back room.
Okay. Well, that seems fair for Digimon.
Yeah, it's very fun, and
Okay.
then honestly, I kind of like the new cast better. I wasn't as annoyed with the new cast compared to the old cast.
Okay.
I'm kind of now more interested in watching that series than the original Digimon Adventures. I don't want to strangle them. I actually kind of want to hang out with them more.
Of course, you'd be interested in the series of the strip poker joke.
Wait, what?
It's a sneeze and you'll miss it joke.
How would I know that was a thing?
I'm making a joke.
I know you're making a joke at my expense. How would I?
All right. So
But anyway, so
what's wrong with this design though?
oh, nothing. I like it.
Okay. So what's the problem that you have a design with? What's the design you have a problem with?
None.
None? I thought you did.
The Pokemon designs are actually good. The Digimon, I mean.
Okay.
What I don't like is the third part is actually my favorite part of the entire movie.
SGD, right now, I'm taking this very personally.
Because it actually has like a more personal story going on, and it's was better paced than the other ones, and
The general consensus is the third part is the worst pacing.
yeah, well, the general, I right now I think the general consensus is complete garbo.
Oh damn. Okay.
Because right now I don't think I will like Digimon Adventures with these.
The dub is very different from the sub.
Well, I may look into it later to say the movies are not like the third two-part
Learn
movie
to
isn't this.
read.
But you know what? In this Frankenstein movie, yeah, the third part was my favorite part. It had a cool action, more cool action. Every Digimon actually got involved. That was shown, and we got cool fights, and but it does have a fatal weakness of having a bullcrap moment, like a lot of more BS. So
More BS.
I wish. So essentially, at one point, the Kokobot evolved again to another cool design.
Uh-huh.
Antilamon.
Antilamon.
Oh, Antilamon? Yeah, it's the dub.
Ah,
Yeah.
it's a giant rabbit.
Yep.
Okay.
And it was it's cool, and it's supposed to be more powerful, but then it shows our heroes teaming up together to defeat him, and then for some reason he evolves again and puts everyone back into first form, so they're Digiball back to square one, and then hold on, I unplug my headset.
Yeah, this is what really drags down the movie for me.
Ah.
Oh.
It's this part. So in this part, for some reason he evolves and everyone else de-evolves, and then it starts going back in time. So everyone is aging backwards, fast.
Okay.
Yeah, they go back to the beginning thing. Diaborama mentions it too.
Yeah, because that was like the connecting point. Is like go back to the beginning, and the idea was, even though the solution it was one Angelmon and Angel, the two Angel Digimon, the two Angel
Angelmon and Magna Angelmon.
Yeah, those two make special items that allows for a special evolution of the main
Digi eggs
character.
of fate and miracles.
Yeah, of the main characters of TJ, right?
Davis. Wallace. Willis. TK has a Magna Angemon.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
Digimon is Davis's and Terra.
Yeah, so Davis and his new friend, they get their special evolution, and they decided to go inside the big bad and start blowing him up on the inside to get rid of the virus, and then seemingly killing him. But then it turns out at the end, it's like, no, he comes back. He just goes back to egg form.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
So you want to explain the Japanese?
Well, I bet there's a lot because it's two movies that got cut into one half-hour chunk.
Yeah, so in the English, he's not actually kidnapping all the kids, he just kidnaps Mimi for some reason. In the Japanese, he kidnaps Mimi after kidnapping everyone in Japan. So he went all the way from Colorado to Japan and then to New York to kidnap kids who have the original style Digivice because he's looking for Wallace.
Okay.
And for some reason, it took him several years after being infected with some random virus, which came from God knows where, to start looking for Wallace again, but he can't recognize Wallace because it's been so long. So he recognizes him by his Digivice. But for some reason, he doesn't kidnap the Digimon. When he should remember Gummymon. And so he keeps calling him Chocomon throughout the movie because he doesn't understand evolution, I guess. And Hikari and Takeru completely forget about Mimi being kidnapped. They're just like, oh, let's go chase after this Digimon. And they do remember the other kids are kidnapped. The movie does. Takeru and Hikari don't. We get a scene of all of them inside Wendigomon. And is just checking up on them like, are you Wallace? Are you Wallace? Are you Wallace? That's the last we see of them. The movie cuts out a lot of space. So nothing all that important is really lost. One scene they fly into a billboard, I think that was put in the final fight instead. And you really don't lose anything major. Just big plot points were changed, and they're kind of terrible in the Japanese. And this movie is canon, but it doesn't fit to canon.
Awesome.
So when they get the Digimentals of Fate and Miracles, Magnamon hasn't appeared in the anime yet. But this has to be set before, at some... people think like it has to be entering these two episodes, and the whole thing like Digimon turning back into an egg when they die. That doesn't happen in the human world, that's only for the digital world, but it happens anyway. And the kids don't know about killing Digimon until after they beat Ken. And they beat Ken when they get Magnamon. And they have this whole arc very late into the series about killing Digimon in the human world. But that wasn't written yet. Because the movie was just supposed to advertise that special episode of Magnamon. And Daisuke is strangely emotional in this movie. Like, we don't see that side of Daisuke in the actual show.
There's this scene in the dub where he learns the backstory of the main enemy Pokemon. And he just bursts into current tears.
Yeah, in the Japanese, he's crying over the thought of losing Vemon. But Vemon and his relationship is kind of teasing. Like, Vemon will regularly tease him. It would have been nice to see a more emotional Daisuke in the show, because that would have been something. Because the 02 cast is pretty bland. Daisuke is just a worse Taichi. Miyako's kind of an asshole. Iori exists.
Exists.
It's like, here's the thing, like, based on this movie, right, and all this stuff, is like, yeah, I would probably enjoy Digimon Adventure 2 more than the original. Then again, I am biased because I was so annoyed by the all.
And so yeah, essentially just cut out a lot of padding from these two movies, because why the hell are they two movies? Like, oh yeah, let's give this thing let's make this thing a two-parter, like, but it doesn't have a two-part story to tell.
We're doing it anyways.
I haven't watched it in a long time, and it's like it's very empty. I was surprised that the Japanese was as bad as it was. I thought, like, everyone says it's so much better than the English dub, and I hated the English dub, and like, how's this worse? And when they killed Shurigumon, no mention of the other kids. As far as we know, they were still inside of him when he died. So just wait for that egg to hatch, and then you can let all the kids out, I guess.
Don't ask questions.
Yeah, it's one of the. That's what these movies are. The second two of the 02 movie and Our War Game are basically don't ask questions.
Ah, fun.
But yeah, I mean, they do get more details about things, but they're not really important because Wallace is a one-off character. I think in one of the dubs they made Wallace the same kid who shows up as Mimi's friend in 02, but they're not the same person. That kid has a Betamon and a Seedramon. But yeah, certain scenes are cut up to like appear at different times. They also have the Digimon out in the real world at the start. Like, why? Yeah, not supposed to do that. People will notice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. By the way, in the first part, they had this big. They had like this whole entire sequence of this Digimon running around in this city in Tokyo. I'm assuming. Like,
yeah.
Because that's where most anime apparently, let's specify, it's usually Tokyo or some suburb of Tokyo. It's at night and there's no one outside other than a few cars and buses.
Does it take place in Japan? Yes, but in Tokyo. Right.
People know the specific neighborhood. I found the bridge where the fight happens.
I got a question. Was there no people?
I don't know. It was Google Images. I'll Google Maps.
Yeah. Like in the dead of night, is there still people walking around? Because I have a hard time with cities that it would be totally silent for an entire night.
Well, a lot of anime streets are pretty empty.
It's anime.
You can't animate a realistic, populated city. You just don't have that budget.
That's so many people you got animated.
Yeah, but then they have this kaiju fight, right? And the only people who apparently got up that night to look outside were kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No adult. Everyone was sleeping We're sleeping well, despite having destruction right out their door.
That's right. But there's a reason I don't praise these movies. I like the feel of the first movie, but I don't think it's good.
Like, something tells me that Digimon, this is emblematic of some aspects of the Digimon franchises that...
No, they're done by very different people.
Most of your conversation, SGD, is like, can be summed up as... there's some good parts of most of the series, but it's not Digimon Adventure and Digimon Ghost Game. Those are
I love the first season. I like Frontier. I love Savers. I like Cross Wars until Young Hunters. But I like early Young Hunters. And it just makes Tamers 02 and Colon Cancer and Apple Monsters doesn't count because it's not Digimon.
You keep calling it Colon Cancer.
So you hate 02?
02 is pretty bad.
02.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Third chunk of the movie. Established in 02, they gave up their crests. So Angelmon and Holy Angelmon can't appear. But then in Kanaka's episode with the Lovecraftian references, Angelmon does appear, which doesn't make sense. And so they shouldn't be able to appear in the movie, but they do anyway. And then they go Mega, and it's never established when they learned to go Mega. and they have some reason connected to these Digimentals for some reason, which is also never established outside the movie. It's just a lot of the things in this movie just happen in the movie and have no connection to anything else.
Oh.
They did. I don't know. I was just. Good thing I didn't know any of that stuff. Otherwise, I would be more mad.
You'd be more mad. Okay.
I don't think they established the crests are given up yet. It's just the Ultimates never appeared in season 2 until a certain point, and then they need the help of Qing Longmon to do it. Except for that time, Agumon goes to War Greymon.
Yeah, I still think it's.
Okay. Well.
And the dub is a beautiful mess.
It's a mess, all right.
Well.
A lot of jokes I didn't get as a kid.
So basically.
I don't mean adult jokes. I just mean like he doesn't even have a green card. Like somebody call someone like Bill Gates or someone.
I don't care. They weren't very funny.
You have a terrible sense of humor, though.
No.
You don't like regular shows, SpongeBob.
Oh yeah, that's true.
What do you mean? What?
You called regular show cringe, don't you remember?
Yeah.
On stream. Yeah. Yeah, so you have a terrible sense of humor. Look, alright, so from what I'm getting from this is basically it's not a good movie, but if you want a better experience, learn to read subtitles.
Oh, I've told you that the 3 movies are worse than Japanese.
Oh, they are?
The 4 movies. Yeah, I keep saying that. They're worse than Japanese.
So why do you always keep bringing up the Japanese stuff? Like, oh, well, it's different in Japanese.
Because it is different in Japanese.
Alright.
They made a lot of dumbisms.
Alright. I'll watch the...
Different doesn't mean better.
Okay. Well, I don't know Japanese. Well, okay, look.
Read, Asian, read.
Look, I'm not. I can't talk right now. The point I was trying to make is usually SGD. I know you. Usually, when you like point out like differences in Japanese, you know, like usually you say, usually you're the type of person who would go, just subtitle over, dub. So it's like this whole time, I had that mentality in my like, oh, so you keep saying all these differences in Japanese, so I guess just watch the subtitles.
I don't watch subtitles because they're better. I watch subtitles because it's more true to the creator's vision. I don't watch dubs and subs of things. I don't have that time.
Okay.
It's like if I watch a show, like, is it dubbed or is it subbed? Like, I'll pick one, not both. I didn't watch Hellsing Ultimate subbed. I watched it dubbed. And I didn't watch these shows dubbed or subbed.
I see. Okay then. Look, I'm probably not gonna watch this movie, alright? So give me some slack. Japanese, Chelsea? Good for you. I don't know Japanese. I don't know Japanese, so... You watched the Precure Magical Girls and sub? That's cool. That's cool. Okay. Is there anything else, though, you need to add about this movie? Or...
I'm done.
You're done? But you, SGD?
Yeah, I think I'm done.
You're done, too.
This movie was awful.
You sound so exhausted.
Yes. In fact, I am so exhausted, I'm probably just gonna go to bed.
Oh.
I'm gonna...
Yeah. You alright?
I'm getting... It's 1:11 up here.
Oh. Okay, then. Alright, then.
Yeah.
Have a good night, then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So next week is,
July 4th special. pick your favorite. Just pick a patriotic topic, and then SGD just pick the most American thing you could think of.
It's probably either going to be National Treasure.
Movie.
It's either going to be National Treasure or Gettysburg, I think.
All right then.
Because also, fun history fact, the Battle of Gettysburg is actually the same week as July 4th. It's July 1st to the 3rd.
Oh. Okay then. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right then.
All right. Have a good night.
All right, have a good night. Oh, Not's here.
I was about to leave. My topic has ended. I'm about to head out. Have a good night, Not.
Oh.
Not?
Hold on, let's give a minute. He's just sitting here, menacingly.
Oh, is she shaming me?
Nah, I don't think so. That's not the
Yeah,
time.
let's go with that.
Okay, well, you could go with that.
Hello.
Oh,
Hey.
hey.
I'd like to assume the best of people, Chingus.
Okay. Have a good night, Not.
Have a good night, buddy.
Hey. Have fun talking about Digimon Cyber Sleuth.
Ah, yes. That.
You sound so
Honestly,
exhausted.
this movie is a lot of fun to watch if you just watch the first few parts. Fun like in the room, I guess. Don't take it seriously.
Oh, okay.
I liked our war game just solely on its own. Like, there's a lot of things that I don't understand about it, but it's like if I just watch it in a vacuum, it's kind of cool. But in the end of the day, I kind of consider Summer Wars the remake, the better remake of it.
Ah. Alright then. Okay. I better see some Sham 1776 stuff? What does that mean, servant?
What?
Like,
What?
I don't know. I don't know what that means. Okay.
Are we fighting 1984 with 1776?
Not. I guess we were we were talking about what next week's 2 cents is gonna be, because the Monday afterwards was gonna be 4th of July, so I wanted next week to be a patriotic theme.
I do the Team America movie.
Okay.
I'll put on my most American, culturally ignorant accent. Canadian. No, I won't do that. I'll just talk normally.
Okay.
I am Canadian. I know nothing about America, so I watched this movie called Team America. Hoping you can tell me something about America.
Yes. Just remember, SGD, when you're watching a movie, there are dicks, pussies, and assholes.
Also, Michael Moore is made of ham.
Alright. Well, guess it's just the three of us to end the night off. Alright then. So now you get to talk about even more bad Digimon stuff, SGD. Alongside with Not. So Not, tell me what. Well, also SGD, both of you tell me, why is this game terrible?
Digimon. So this is Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth.
Mm-hmm.
It is the fifth. SGD, you're gonna have to back up you're gonna have to be my backup man for things I get wrong. I think it's the 5th overall entry in the Digimon Story series.
Yeah, technically, the DS Dawn and Dusk Lost Evolution, Cross Walls Red and Blue, and then Cyber Sleuth.
And it's the one since Light and Dark. I think it's the one since Light and Dusk, where it's the first game since Light and Dusk to come to North America. So So it's like, and apparently it's the first game of the whole Digimon story series to have, to keep its original subtitle.
Hmm.
And okay, so I'm like, before I go on, SGD, do you have any experience with the Digimon story? I know you like the story series. I did know that you talked about it earlier with its regard to being sort of Pokemon-esque, but I kind of want to hear you.
Digimon Cyber Sleuth is the only one I've played. I just know from reading about them, they're more, especially the later ones at least, more Pokemon-like.
Hmm.
But in comparison to Digimon's world games, which are like the V-Pets, Digimon's story is more clean-cut, where you just evolve this thing and don't have to worry about all these extra factors. When, from what I've heard, Cyber Sleuth is a lot like Shin Megami Tensei, which I have also never played.
I see.
Apart from having the art style from Devil Survivor and Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor, you don't need to play a Shin Megami Tensei game to know that this is not it, Jack. It's like in a way, it kind of reminds me of in a way, thinking about like I'm gonna get into the game proper, but it's like thinking about like Cyber Sleuth reminds me of Persona 5. And the funny thing about it is it came out a year prior to Persona 5.
Huh.
That's not good because I don't like Persona 5.
Oh.
So it's like it has the same sense of like social awareness as Persona 5. So I'm like, man, these games just feel like they came out during the same year, or maybe just two different people had the same terrible concept for a story.
Oh.
So like Cyber Sleuth takes place during modern Tokyo. What's modern Tokyo? I don't know. Just picked a year. I don't care. The entire story centers around a digital social media platform referred to as Eden. How original. It's a place where. One second.
Oh. Alright. That's good. So I'm assuming Modern Tokyo was just whenever this game came out.
Yeah, more or less just with Eden. You digitize your consciousness essentially.
Ah.
They refer to it as mental data, but really it's your consciousness.
Like, yeah, because the thing about Eden is like some things just doesn't make sense the more and more you kind of think about it, and the more it's incorporated into the game, it just doesn't make sense.
The whole uploading your mental data, that's a huge departure from the Digimon standard of you physically interact with Digimon, you're not interacting through a proxy.
So it's like Eden is a place where like, people can hang out, like go see movies, it's a place where business businesses and meetings are held. And I'm like, why? So I feel like whenever a story where this happens, where business intersects with a virtual world, it never goes good.
So
this is like.
So Eden is just what the metaverse is supposed to be.
Yeah, Eden is just the metaverse, which is also just the oasis from Ready Player One. So,
All right.
and to tie it back into like Summer Wars, it kind of reminds me of Oz. So,
Huh.
it was like it's a very idea that's been played out and it doesn't get better.
Oh.
So you play as a him/she. It's one of these games, Shengus, where you get to pick the gender of your character.
Oh.
Uh,
Can I be a toaster?
unfortunately,
You're male or female, but it's written as though you always picked the guy option.
yeah.
Huh.
His
Even some
name is
the dialogue misgenders the female character because probably because Japanese doesn't use pronouns like we do.
from everything Genghis. It's like it's like I always mix up with he/him because it's all the same word.
Japanese. What do you... Japan, don't you have female pronouns? What's a female?
It's a female. Female is a male, except useless. So you and two chat room buddies
Chat room buddies.
decided to investigate an incident that happened when their chat room was invaded by a hacker going by the name Mr. Nabbit.
It's the mascot.
What?
The mascot of Eden.
Yeah, who is
Kidnapped by
coincidentally
the
the mascot. So the mascot tells them, well, more or less, calmly threatens them that if they do not follow his instructions, they're going to get hacked. So it's like, yeah, so three of them, like your player character and two other characters, just decide, yeah, you know what? Yeah, okay, we'll go. So why not? So you travel around Eden until you find a place called. Until you're told to go to a place. But you're told to go to a place known as the underbelly of Eden, known as Kaloon.
Yeah, Kaloon.
Yeah, Kaloon.
Kaloon. Okay.
It's just like all the places where the hacker known as 4chan resides. And I bring that up, Chengus, because a lot of this game has moments where it's just that.
It's just... you have to fight 4chan. Oh my god.
By 4chan. It's better, Chengus. So you get sucked in. It's like you follow into this creepy dungeon until you're given the hacker claiming to be Mr. Nabbit gives you a Digimon capture app on your phone. Because apparently Digivices in this world are just your phones, but we just added an app to it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like the main character's Digivice are goggles, but Digivices aren't connected to Digimon. Despite that's what the Digi in Digivice is from.
Yeah.
I see.
So your Digivice and there's a Digimon capture tool, which Digimon. I know they are different going into the game, but Digimon in this game are collectively known as tools that hackers use to do their hacker stuff. So it's like, yeah, that's what people in the normie part of Eden are like, oh,
Normie part.
it's like, oh man, like just like scary hackers and their Digimon are gonna come and take everyone's pensions away from them. So
So from what I'm getting is this game is somehow Ready Player One, but also hackers.
Also hackers, as also Persona 5. So a lot of the game. So like yeah, he's like you encounter Digimon, and it's like you get to pick one of your. I mean, so you get to finally meet who your friends are. Get to meet the annoying girl, Nokia.
The annoying girl.
People love Nokia, but I don't like Nokia. People are like, she's Mimi, but ditzy. Mimi not being a ditz is kind of a big factor of why I like her. So you take ditzy Mimi, you kind of destroy. It doesn't matter what Mimi is like besides being a ditz. That whole ditzy aspect ruins the whole character.
Damn.
And then Nokia is just a ditz.
Oh.
Nokia is a ditz who's like, I don't know, like every time I read her lines, I imagine, like every time I read her lines, because the Japanese, I don't know why, I think it's just me, but like the Japanese, like the spoken Japanese do not follow with the text. So I'm just clicking through all of it because I'm reading faster than they're voicing the things. And it's just like Nokia to me just sounds like a valley girl. It's ground.
Yeah, she's a valley girl.
Yeah,
She's
just
a
great.
valley girl.
Her totes absorbs hot bod all the time. Like
Oh
her
my
pheromones.
god, no.
I hate that.
Oh no.
She has like maybe a couple of moments, but there is a lot of moments she has.
Oh no. Oh, that's oh god. If a person unironically talks like that, I'm sorry. I'm gonna automatically hate you. It's like I don't know anything about you, but your voice is annoying. We're not gonna be friends.
I'm gonna be friends. Like, no, I will not go to the Glendale Galleria. Goodbye. So, and then you also get to meet, like, I forgot what his name was.
Araka?
Yeah, Araka. He's off to go investigate the internet rumors surrounding a white ghost boy.
Oh.
Which is important for the plot.
I see.
So it's like he ditches us to go further into the dungeon, and then we have to go further into the dungeon until we are attacked by Digimon.
Oh my god.
Digimon monsters.
No. We get attacked, and then it's like this guy who looks white and a boy and ghost starts talking to us. And he's like, "Hey, yo, what up, dude? So you want to be a hacker?" So he's not the white ghost boy from Internet Legends, but he's actually the leader of a hacker group called Zonax.
Zaxxon?
Yeah, Zaxxon.
What kind of name is that?
I don't know, Chingus.
It sounds SGD. It sounds like the name of an American gas station. It sounds like you drive past this Zaxxon station, you're gonna get to the Arby's.
Oh man, I had the hardest time today. It turns out gas at the Zaxxon costs like $7.
Oh man, Jenkins, you should have gone to the Shell station. They had such That's a lower price over there. But it's like, yeah, it's like he's a leader, and he gives you this whole big speech about how you're like, oh, like there are good hackers and then there's bad hackers. But you need to be the good hacker. Like that I know you can be. You need to use like these Digimon to help yourself be a good hacker, and I'm like, okay, all right. And so like, you get attacked by forgot what the Digimon's name was.
Crystallimon.
Yes, thank you. You get attacked. It's basically one of those events. It's basically one of those events where it's like you can barely do like the guys, I believe he had the guy's Digimon is doing more damage than you are. So you're just really there.
You have a choice between Palmon, Terriermon, and Hagurumon. And the guy you meet has a machine Dramon.
Huh.
So you get a rookie, he has a mega.
Alright. Sounds amazing.
So it's I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
So yeah, like when you pick between your starters, the game has you explore the first dungeon, which it's very apparent that this game is set. It's very apparent like this game was made for the Vita because all the dungeons look flat and boring.
Oh.
This is weird blue cyberspace. Or a green-black cyberspace if it's a different type of dungeon.
Yeah. So it's like yeah, it's like there's nothing pretty to look at because we need to we need to save the processing power of a small.
It's really disappointing because you look at other games like the digital world is an absurd place. Let's embrace it. But you only get to see the digital world once, and it's pretty bog standard. It's not a dungeon though.
Oh.
That's a bad thing.
I see.
This made it like it wouldn't have made it better, but if this game was made for a console, like I guess they would have had the resources to make a dungeon out of the digital world. Not saying it'd be good.
They couldn't have because of the story.
Yeah. But it's like so like yeah, like dungeon calling later you find the annoying girl that you encounter like you encounter this beast known as an eater, which they don't call it eaters yet, but I'm just gonna call it an eater because that's just what I know it.
I see.
Because their names are. So they encounter this beast as an eater who, like they kind of like they plainly said, oh, those eaters are what's been stealing, has been attributing to the disappearance lately at Akihabara. I'm like, okay.
Okay.
And it's like so we basically go through this whole battle where we're not damaging it; it's damaging us.
Fun.
Argomon and Ruomon are just there. Are just there, like taking pot shots at the damn thing, and it's not damaging it. So yeah, like so, like we escape the we escape, but then it turns out, oh no, the player character got caught by the eater, and it almost looks like, oh man, he's gone, but no, he's not gone, but is he? But maybe he isn't. So he literally he wakes up in the middle of Shinjuku, looking like Dr. Manhattan. Like doesn't have really a body yet, so it's like everyone's just pointing and staring at him. And so like there's this like reoccurring joke. It's not funny, but with like this cop who claims she's a detective is just like repeating again and again that she's gonna arrest someone.
Oh, will she now?
Yeah, it's a personality trait of hers, I guess. The writers thought it was a personality trait.
Just gonna I'm gonna arrest you. I'm like, that's just the end of her sentences. So you get picked up. You get picked up, by a very nice looking Cadillac being driven by a woman who doesn't wear a bra.
She wears her shirt open too.
Yeah.
A fair few of the character designs are like, you have no self-respect. Like, no one would dress like this. And that's basically most of the main cast. Other characters are usually fine.
I like to imagine like when usually like when you see something like that, people go like, oh, that's kind of hot. And then meanwhile, SGD, put some clothes on, you damn hoe.
I don't mind a sexy lady, but the problem is Cyber Sleuth doesn't do it tastefully.
Okay.
My problem with SGD is like Cyber Sleuth doesn't commit to it. Like it's sexy there, but there's no attempt at it. It's just in your face, and they're acting like, oh yeah, this is business as normal. We're not setting it up for anything. It just exists. I'm left to question why.
It's like, oh man, she's hot, isn't she? Why? Why is she half naked?
Now, I post a handful of the character designs, mostly who we're talking about.
You started next door? I'm saying you're being.
Alright. Let's take a.
The first one's Kyoko, the one Not's talking about. And there's the not white boy in guy, but is there's the Valley girl, and I don't like how she's dressed at all. Like, it's worse in game. You can clearly see her bra the way she's dressed. Like, it's just not big enough to cover her bra properly, and it's just kind of weird. And you can tell she isn't wearing. I assume she isn't wearing underwear because you can see a knot on her hips. But she's wearing you can see the clips of her garter belt. So, like, is the knot's her garter belt, and she's not wearing underwear, or of course she's got one of those dresses where it's two pieces and just held together by strings.
She's the Valley girl.
Yeah, and then the last guy's Arata, and he just has a weird look. Like, most of the other characters are fine. All the NPCs are like, yeah, these look like normal people. A lot of Digimon characters are essentially just normal people, but not Cyber Sleuth. They're normal people drawn in, they stand out to the audience. They're never drawn to draw attention to themselves. In the same way Cyber Sleuth characters are drawn. Also, talking about the ladies, would you believe the character designer was the same guy who was responsible for a little thing called Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon?
I've heard of
if
that.
you've seen some of the girls in that thing,
I've heard
As
of
I-
that.
I'm gonna get really weird for a second,
Okay.
but the chests on the women, I always found something off about them. And I saw someone point out like his work in some other game. The three models are essentially two hemispheres stuck in a woman's chest, and then sort of go from there. When it
Okay.
really doesn't capture the natural curvature of the breast, so it comes off as really. Something is off about them, and then it took me a while to realize, like, oh, that's why.
Oh.
So like, they're not designed in a way you'd expect of a female character, I guess. And some characters, like, Not hasn't talked about it yet, but in game, the way her breasts are shaded also draws weird attention to them. Because she wears white, and then there's white and black, and hard to explain.
Okay.
It always bothered me for some reason, and like, oh, now I know why. So it's I guess it's kind of like Uncanny Valley, but for breasts. This isn't the point where it's too similar, but not similar enough.
SGD. These breasts, it's too uncanny. Make it. You either go full realistic or you don't. Pick and choose.
So, just the last boy there. He just looks like he's wearing scrubs. He's wearing a coat over scrubs, and it kind of gets annoying. But
When the villain is probably one of the nicest looking characters, you've probably done something wrong.
Huh.
so it's like,
And even then, she's not much of a villain.
yeah.
Huh.
Like, so. So it's like I think it's trying like out of hand like with street clothes, but you know, it's not. But it veers off into a weird direction. But it's like so you get picked up by no bra lady there, and she turns out she announces her name as Kyoko. And she says that I'm a detective. And I'm here to solve.
Oh, she's a detective, huh?
Yeah.
She also makes this awful blends of coffee as a gag, and it's never funny.
Yeah. No.
Ah. I see. She's a detective.
Also, there's a big twist about her character, and you don't need to be much of a nerd to know what it is as soon as she shows up, because the front of her car resembles a certain something, and that gives it away. I was actually pretty upset when I saw it. Like, you're staring me in the face and I'm staring at it directly, and you expect me not to know what's coming. Kind of insulting.
Huh. It's like a...
Imagine The Empire Strikes Back. Darth Vader has a dream about his wife dying in childbirth or something, and then they expect you to be surprised that Luke is his son.
Oh.
It's like also like imagine it's like the Batman, where they the Tucker gets focused on, and then like across the room, Paul Dano is saying, "This is important. Remember this for later." Yeah, and so it's like yeah, she just tells us, "Oh, I just bumped in here coincidentally." I'm like, "Wow, coincidentally? Okay."
Wow. That's one hell of a coincidence.
I'm here to solve the problem that you're dealing.
All right.
So she brings you back to her office in the building the building known as the Nakano, the Nakano Broadway.
Mm-hmm.
It's more or less just like this tiny little place where it's like they don't really have shops. I think like the problem with Cyber Sleuth is it's a world that feels, like the real world is a lot more vibrant than the digital world, which is amazing to me.
Well, I was gonna say, why is it amazing? That's exactly what the metaverse is.
But it's like it's a game that feels nice to be. It's a game that feels. Well, no, it's like the real world is much nicer to be in than Eden. But even then, it's like it's pretty much empty. There's not really much in there. There's not really, because you only get one shop that's only dedicated to your to what happens in Eden. They're like gashapons all around, where you can get medals for the game. So you can give it to a guy all the way on the 4th floor of the Broadway, who will give you money for all the medals you collected. And that's what you can basically do with them.
Yeah, and if you get sets of medals, you'll get an extra reward, but it's not a big thing.
Yeah. And so like you're told to go reconstruct yourself. So you do reconstruct yourself.
Oh.
And you're brought into this area known as the Digilab. With the one character in this entire game that it feels like she was made to be sexualized, but at least has a proper costume to wear.
Okay.
She's also from the Digimon story games.
Huh.
Yeah.
So she is not an original character.
Oh.
That explains a lot. So.
Yeah, she's kind of in the same boat as you, where she's lost her physical body. But I think she does appear in the real world in Cyber Sleuth, which doesn't make sense. Unless it's like... No, she talks about alternate dimensions and stuff, so she says she's acquainted to another character from the game she's from, but she could still be her from the Cyber Sleuth version, and the one I'm thinking of is the her from that universe. I don't know.
Ah. Okay.
So, she talks to you. She talks to you in vague terms. It's like, okay, here's your Digilab. Here's where you get. You get to buy things for your Digimon. You get to put them on a farm to raise them. If you're not using them in battle, which is like this game is not. This game is really strict on how many Digimon you can have in your party at once.
You can have 3 in battle and 8 in reserve.
But all of them, like all the Digimon, have a built-in memory block onto all of them. So if all their values goes over the limited memory you have in your storage, you literally have to move. The game tells you have to move one before you can get out of the menu.
Yeah, it's a temporary restriction. Like as the game goes along, you'll upgrade your memory gauge, so you can have more Digimon. So by the end of the game, it's not a problem. But it's balancing because there's not a restriction on evolving a Digimon beyond stats. So you could grind out the first area and get an ultra level. But the memory gauge is to stop that from happening.
Yeah. You get your body, you go through all the bull crap, you're told to investigate your first case as her assistant, which is to investigate why all these people are going into comas and why the maintainers of Eden Kamoshida Industries are hiding. Well, yeah, so you go to the hospital. There is a special ward that's being blocked off from anyone, including families of the affected, in which they're all comatose. And it's a ward that's investigating Eden syndrome. Which is the syndrome they created in order to explain why people are suddenly comatose while using using Eden, which coincidentally has to do with the eaters I mentioned earlier.
This is also where you're introduced to Yuko and Ria. So Yuko is more or less an ally, and Ria is your antagonist.
Which one is Ria?
Ria is the one on the bottom. Changus, she is the CEO of a company. Look how she's dressed.
They also put a lot of effort into her chest.
I can see.
When people say jiggle physics, they're not the kind of jiggle physics that she has. Like, she puts her arms together regularly, and it makes her breasts jiggle all the time. Like, this is kind of weird, now that I notice it on a second playthrough. Like, I don't mind jiggle physics, but question your priorities, people.
She's the first time you get to introduce her, she's literally flirting with the guards outside, and then you're being told that she's the president of a multi-million-dollar industry, a multi-million-dollar conglomerate. I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
All right. Sure,
Yuko,
she's the president, I guess.
I don't care for Yuko. She's kind of coonery, kind of a tsundere at times, always making sounds. Like a contemplation something. She's the kind of character, like, they're really cold and analytical, like, but my research on friendship said, like, that kind of character. Like,
Yuko can roughly just be brought down to she's the character who drives the plot. Because there's a twist that happens and she's the important part of that twist.
I see.
So we investigate and we figured out, oh man, there's a guy, sitting in that bed there. Looks awfully like me. Wait a minute, he is me. Oh my god, I'm in a coma.
Dun dun dun.
I don't recall how they explain how you got out of Eden and attained a digital form, or they later established Digimon need a digital wave to exist in digital form, but there's no digital waves yet. And you are essentially walking around as your avatar in the real world because your body is comatose. And they call it a half-digital form, but you're separate from your body and you appeared out in the real world away from where your body was, so how are you only half there? It doesn't make any sense.
It still doesn't make any sense because Kyoko literally tells you to sign back into, like, to interact with Eden, I had to make a new account for you because your old account wouldn't go through. But it's like, so he's still using, like, his avatar and all that stuff, and you made a new account for him. How does this all go over? if he is the data of his own account, of his old account, how is it just like going through this new one? I don't understand.
And they do establish you can steal avatars or something. I don't know.
So,
And yeah,
that's all.
Avatar got broken up, so they had to retrieve the pieces, because that is a thing eaters don't actually do, but it happened anyway.
All right.
So that's more or less the synopsis, because I don't want to go through more of this game. The gameplay is your standard turn-based RPG. In fact, they made it so standard because the idea behind this game is it's meant to be a reboot of the story series. Since everything is brought down to a fine basic, where the producer said, "Oh, you newcomers can just pick up the game and play it without reading the instructions." Which is true. But then, once I read there are parts that I had to keep reading because this game doesn't explain things very well.
So the game, from what I'm getting, is like so from what I'm getting is the game treats you like you're stupid. Like you don't need to read instructions. You could just hop right in. It's all right there, simple and easy. Okay, how do I do this? I don't know.
You don't. It's like the game doesn't hold your hand, but there's just points. There's just points in the game where it's like I kind of wish I had a tutorial to explain how this is possible, because I had to read up on what cam was. I learned that it's a percent. It's a percentage that measures your camaraderie with your Digimon. Because there are certain
Digivolutions.
Yeah, Digivolutions that require you to be at a certain percentile camaraderie with your current Digimon. And
It's like
I was
friendship from Pokemon.
so, and the game only really gives like a hand-waved explanation as to how it's done. So I'm not so I got lost there. And so oh boy, the balance on this game is terrible.
Oh.
Yeah, I found a lot of battles are either a washout or a slog, and playing the game again with level 99 Ultra Digimon with a max ABI, which is a special stat you can only get from devolving and digivolving your Digimon. There are champion levels which are standing again, taking a few hits. Like, this shouldn't be happening early game.
Oh.
The thing about Pokemon is it has the type chart. Like, you have 18 types in this. All these types respond accordingly to each other. Digimon Cyber Sleuth has 2 systems like that. Elements and attributes.
So elements the elements work. It's the same. Like, okay, water. Water beats fire. Earth beats water. Vice versa. Go ahead.
It's 2 rock, paper, scissors, and a back and forth. So fire, water, grass, and then wind, electric, earth, and then light and dark. If they're not in one of those things, they don't really interact with the other. So earth doesn't have anything special against light, and dark doesn't do anything special to fire. It's very compartmentalized. And then there's virus, vaccine, data, and free. virus beats data, data beats vaccine, vaccine beats virus, and then free isn't playing the game. That's taken from the VPETs.
And it also has a second thing called types, where your Digimons are, I think SGD can attest to this. Like they're all separated between being vial types, being vaccine types, and being virus types. So a virus type can make, not file. I mean data. Excuse me, not file. So it's data, vaccine, and virus. So a virus can do a lot more damage to a data type Digimon.
Okay.
And a vaccine can do, in turn can do more damage to virus type Pokemon, type Digimon. Excuse me.
It's doubles, halves.
Yeah.
And then there's free, which free is a thing that exists, but a lot of games don't include it. And there's a good reason why.
Oh.
Because you hit these roadblocks, like, what do you do against a free Digimon? Like, but I hope you have the right elemental attack. But a lot of games don't incorporate elements, they just do virus, vaccine, and data. And then, just because a Digimon is of a certain attribute doesn't mean they're going to necessarily have a lot of attacks of the same attribute. That ultimately comes down to you, the player, aside from their unique technique, which will always be of their attribute.
So here's the beautiful thing about the balancing thing of this game, Changus. The very first side quest is hard as shit.
Ah, lovely.
And your opponent is not a special, like, very first one, like, that you get. It's like your opponent is not a special Digimon that you meet for the very first time. No, it's a Poyomon. A Poyomon is something that you will encounter in the dungeons many times. And it took 3 champions, a Strike Dragamon, a Lagugamon, and a Growlmon to take it down.
Yeah, the thing is weirdly beefed up. Like, it took a few hits from my Chaos Dramon, Rosemon Burst Mode, and Armageddon, because it's intentionally beefed up because you need to learn about status effects or something.
But that was the thing about Poyomon. Poyomon is literally, from his name, it just means babies, because he's a Digimon. He's a Digimon that really doesn't have any attributes or types to him. He is neutral, and he's a free type. There's no advantages or disadvantages to it. And so when I had at the time 2 rookies and a champion. When I faced it kept doing massive damage to even the champion. Well, all I even managed to pop off was a few damage. It was like a few hits, and all I'm getting is a piecemeal results.
Yeah, there's battles. I noticed this more when I was playing through it. Battles which are ridiculously hard, but then main story things are some easy. Like, Eaters are always an easy fight, despite them supposed to be this big important enemy. But other things like Digimon will be really tough. Like, the first time I fought Yugo's Machine Dramon, I felt like, am I not supposed to win this fight? Because I was
Oh.
doing switches to that thing, and he was just shredding through my party, and I was like, no, I can beat this thing. Because in Cyber Sleuth, if you lose, you die.
Oh.
It's not like Pokemon where like, oh, try again next time. It's like, no, game over.
Wow.
Back to start. Back to start. Do not collect $200.
So if you're not supposed to win, you don't deal damage.
Huh.
If you... I had to spam healing items and revives because I realized like I can win this fight. And I'm supposed to win this fight.
Ooh.
But like, why am I dealing scratches to a machine normal? When I'm playing the game normally, I've been grinding my characters, I've been doing all the side quests. I should not be having this much trouble.
Ah.
It's one of those.
Yeah.
It's a game that doesn't have auto save. You have to make sure you're saving often.
Ooh.
When I talk about like some stories being really hard, like I fought an Ogamon. He took a few hits.
Uh-huh.
I later fought an Ida very soon after that. One hit. I also has a disproportionate amount of virus opponents. So you just put a vaccine on your team. But like, there's so many Digimon. Like, why am I fighting like most things being a virus? A vaccine is the one thing I didn't have in my main party. Omegamon's free, Chaosdramon is virus, and Rosamond Burstmon is data.
So like I got through that. That Poyomon that's been lifting the weights, and I think the one thing I've dealt with a lot of this, with a lot of Cyber Sleuth, is a lot of the side quests are kind of feel inconsequential. Because they don't, outside of one side quest, and that one side quest had the only joke that actually made me smile. And that was I'm not a flowers person.
Yeah, my reaction to that was basically, Joe, I lost the perp. Because like, I didn't fix his problem. I didn't fix his problem.
Don't you understand? I lost the perp. I lost the perp. Ah! Did you have to slide out the window behind you? But you had to take your glass with you.
I was the Joe.
Oh, you're the Joe? Oh God. That's
Yeah, I
embarrassing.
didn't. You don't fix the problem, you make it worse.
Oh,
worse.
that's embarrassing. Ooh.
Oh, see, Chang's the whole point. The whole point of the side quest is a Digimon is putting flowers on a person's.
It's a lonely one that keeps in face.
Oh.
Selfies, yeah.
Wow.
I think overall, like the problem with this game being centered around the idea of like sleuthing and detectives, is you do very little sleuthing in this game, because it's all centered around, like, because obviously it is centered around turn-based combat, but at the same time you're not gathering clues, you're not coming up with interesting ways to get out of situations. All the side quests eventually end with you fight now.
Some of them are just fetch quests, like, hey, go do this thing, so you do the things, and then that's the quest.
Like Changus, one of the main quests, like one of the first main quests you go through when you go through is literally, oh, okay, you have to search for this hacker who's saying bad things about the police. So you gotta search through, you're gonna search
Your
through,
First Amendment rights don't exist in the metaverse.
Your first, well, remember, Changus, this is Japan. Your First Amendment rights are a suggestion, not a right. when you scour through Kowloon, and Shinjuku to try to find the perp until you're like, it must be that guy because he's looking suspicious over one of the Eden phone booths. And you go log in, and like that was the one point in the game where I legitimately questioned how does Eden work, because this man logs in like presumably my character like has limitations to his physical body, so he can't just stop a guy who's probably just wearing a VR headset.
Okay.
Because this is not normal Digimon rules where the man is literally stepping into a digital world. He's using a social media website.
You don't use like a VR thing. Like your mental consciousness is uploaded into Eden, and you start puppeteering an avatar.
Huh.
So for all intents and purposes, you are inside of Eden.
But I imagine like there's still a physical body there. I don't know why your character needs to go into Eden in order to confront one man. I don't understand that at all.
It's like the player, like your half digital body goes inside Eden. So I think you are partially physical in Eden, but other people, their physical bodies still exist outside of it.
Chelsea says
so. No one's using a headset, I think.
Chelsea was.
They never really explained how you upload to Eden.
Okay.
We just see one character uploading herself through a special machine, which I presume most people don't have access to.
Huh.
Because you see people like, it's sort of like almost like an old phone booth, but like without the booth, it's just the phone.
So
people seem to access it through that, and so when something bad happens to them, their body is just lying next to it.
So
yeah.
Okay, so I'm admittedly a little lost here. I wasn't paying too much. So wait, so is going to Eden like putting on a virtual reality set, or are you literally teleported into? No.
Your physical body still exists in the outside world, but you're not wearing a headset. Your consciousness is inside of Eden, separate from your body.
Okay.
I imagine it's like you have like memory disks inside your head in this modernization Tokyo of the future.
Because if anything happens to your body, if you are inside of Eden, you are fine. Like they can take your body off to an unknown country and sell your organs, which happens. And the people inside of Eden are still fine. They just can't log out anymore. They're stuck in Eden.
So, but if you if you die in real life, you don't die in Eden.
No, you're fine in Eden.
Because it's just a copy of your consciousness. It's like Soma. It's just a copy of your consciousness that you're able to control.
Okay.
So it's like, like your that
brings up a lot.
Well, it's not a copy. It is you. That's why Eden syndrome happens.
Yeah.
Okay, this brings up a lot of questions.
Again, yeah. Look, it brings up a lot of questions because I don't know how the real world operates with the digital world, i.e. Eden. Because
not the last one. Frankly, Chinggis, I don't know what the fucking Eden is.
Because they're telling me, okay, they get to transport into the world, and then they get to do stuff in this world, much like they can do in real life. So they can walk, and they can sort of feel in the same way they can do in real life. But it does beg the question: how are you doing these actions in real life? Are you actually doing these actions like you would in you would in real life, like have some sort of like joystick, and you'll have some sort of tracker controller on your hand that responds to like some things.
You're separate from your body while you're in Eden. So I don't know what the hell your body's doing, if it's just standing around or something. But as long as you're in Eden, your body is separate from your consciousness.
Yeah.
Okay.
People like Japanese people must be cows. They can lock up their legs so they can avoid falling.
This is getting really confusing. Just like
it's one of those things like you're adding unnecessary detail to something, which just leads to even more questions. And this is why everything else literally just has people go to the digital world as they are.
Yeah.
Like if Digimon Adventure 02 or Tamer's Frontier, you physically go to the digital world and Nisakoichi is dead.
It's why I enjoy like. That's why I said like the whole Eden plot of the game really feels again like it like it feels uninspired, and it gets worse because you can like you could have just gone with the series standard and just be like, okay, you just get warped into the digital world. It's a world that exists. Not many people know about it. But that's good because it's an actual world you get to travel to. Eden is like the metaverse, but I don't know how you control yourself in that metaverse without any sort of equipment.
Okay. Okay.
So it's like the quest, to go back to the quest after the long tirade of how the fuck does this work, is like the quest is okay, you find a shifty guy standing near one of the Eden phone booths. He tells you, fuck the police, I hate the police. What are you, a narc? Get out of my face. Like he goes into Eden. We attack his we attack the Digimon who's actually been controlling him.
Oh.
Because he was possessed this whole time.
Wow.
So it's just amazing because if Digimon can puppet people who are in Eden, but this man wasn't in Eden, so how is he being puppeted? Because Digimon don't really have I think it's established in the game. It's like Digimon don't really have physical forms.
They do establish late into the story you can inject a Digimon into someone's head. Like part of the main quest has you destroying an Evermon inside a Kamishiro ex-employee's head.
That's true.
How does
that's true.
work?
Special technology, Tengus.
So you just take a Digimon and just like a shot, just put it in someone's head.
It's some kind of technology. It was acting as a mental blocker.
Okay.
But then it turns out the Digimon wasn't needed as a mental blocker. It was just the protective force for the mental blocker because they put the mental blocker back on.
Okay.
But I'd have more to say about it based on the twist I mentioned earlier. We might be getting to that later.
Oh. Okay.
So a lot of so you find out that he's been taken over by a Digimon, but you actually found out no, he's not the suspect you're looking for.
Oh.
He's just a completely unrelated incident that you resolved. And then this old detective man who's a friend to Kyoko actually comes up to you and is like, oh no, I found the guy who's who's been sending us all these messages. He doesn't hate the police. He loves the police. He's one of those weirdos, like one of those hacker weirdos who tried out for the cyber crime division, but he kept failing the entrance exam. So he's just sending us like messages and solving crimes behind our back. So we're bringing him in, and it's like, but you're telling me everything I was doing before with that man, I was basically not. Like, I resolved an issue that didn't need to really be resolved.
Yeah, the game does like to do misdirects. Like, a lot of the times, Kyoko's like, hey, go catch up with your friends in this place. So you, like, run out of the office, you run all the way to the fast travel map, then you fast travel to the location, run over to that part of the map you need to visit. Then you get a call from Kyoko saying, like, come back to the office right now. And then you have to run all the way back to the fast travel map and fast travel back to the office and run all the way to the office and access the notice board case file things. Then you can start a quest. Everything I just mentioned was preluding a quest when none of it is needed. And they do that again and again and again.
Yes.
Wow.
There are even times like, hey, go meet this person on this place. Like, oh no, sorry, they went on level 5, they're on level 1. Now you can go to level 5, now that you've gone to level 1, but we didn't tell you they're on level 1.
Huh.
It's a game that likes to waste your time, Changus.
Yeah, I did a second playthrough, and I had level 3 security, which is basically a repel from Pokemon, but all the time. So I never have to worry about Digimon counters. Just without the random Digimon counters, there are very few battles in this game compared to how much running around and conversations you have. I had a Poyamon from my new playthrough. He barely made it to Ravemon level 55 by the time I was done. Not Ravemon level 55. He barely made it to level 55 as a Crowmon so he could become Ravemon by the time I finished the game. Just doing only battles I needed to. He barely made it to the Mega level.
Okay.
This game is incredibly dialogue heavy. And it's a lot of it is exposition for whatever you're doing at the moment. It doesn't have any long-term importance.
Yeah, like a lot of the dialogue in this game kind of just boils down to exposition and characters, the annoying characters saying stuff that I think is supposed to be funny, but it's not making me laugh. Like very early on, there's just this entire scene where Argomon and Gruamon are protecting Nokia from Eater. Oh no, they're not protecting her yet from an Eater. They're just circling her because they remember who they are, but they can't remember. They can remember who she is. Can't remember why are they here in Eden in the first place. Until that gets revealed towards the end of the game.
Yeah, essentially, them knowing her is revealed at the very end, but they find out why they're there sooner.
So it's like they have this conversation with her where it's like, oh, okay. It's like, oh, like what? Like, because she figures out, it's like, oh, Digimon aren't scary creatures after all. What is your name? It's like, I'm Argomon. I'm Gruamon. And it's like, she's like, oh, she gives them her name, and it's like they keep kind of staring at her, and he's like, oh, what is wrong? Is my totally cute bod leaving you speechless? Like, no.
Yeah, she thinks that pheromones are attracting Digimon now.
Yeah. No, the worst thing about it is she's a pivotal character because halfway through the game changes. She gets over her fear of Digimon. She adopts Argamon and Gurumon and forms her own group called the Rebels. So that she can help you in Eden, surrounding the whole thing with Kamashiro and all that crap. So yeah, like you see her a bunch, and it's annoying.
You see her a lot, but the Rebels are actually barely in the game. It's mostly just her being around, and there's no importance to it. Like, I wish she was around a bunch because of the Rebels, but she isn't.
No, like the Rebels become simply an excuse to keep her around. And so like long story short, a rock band. The lead singer turns out to be a hacker. He goes evil because something about like being disgruntled and shit. He creates he has a program that they actually, I will say, they actually do hint at the beginning that of like its effects, whereas like he plays it right over the broadcast, the nationwide broadcasting system. It's like, oh, okay, here's
Jimmy Ken. He forms the Demons, which itself is a splinter group from Zaxxon. He gets kicked out of Zaxxon, so he forms the Demons.
Yeah, so it's like, okay.
Like him being in Zaxxon isn't really important.
Yeah, because you don't know he's in Zaxxon until you get to him. Like the game mentions him early on because it's like a lot of the girls. One of the girls are like, oh man, they like him because he's sort of a spin on those like rock singers like Gak and the like, whereas like they're boy toys. And so, except unlike Jimikin, like I don't think Jimikin survived stranded in the ocean with only his erection. It brought him off. So, so it's like, yeah, like he has a program he uses to hypnotize everyone. And so it was like you go into Eden to go stomp his shit until he tells you, oh no, I was working for Rie this entire time. And it's like, oh yeah, he was part of the Kamashiro Industries this entire time. But like we already knew that because they're the antagonists of this game. I think it would have been better if like the game tried to be like, oh no, Kamashiro Industries isn't, Kamashiro Industries, despite a lot of their shifty things they're doing, they're not really a part of this. No, early on in the game, you know that they're a part of this because they created a special ward that not even the parents of the affected can get to their children who are affected with Eden syndrome. They're clearly covering up something because they're doing something. They are doing something. So skip all the way to the end. It's revealed that Yuko. It's actually Yuko. She's been using a avatar of her older brother, Yugo, who was the leader of Zaxxon.
Zaxxon didn't exist. Using the avatar of Yugo, she created Zaxxon. Because the real Yugo has had Eden syndrome for 8 years.
Yeah. It's like he. So she disguised herself, but then it's also another twist because Rie has been using that disguise to manipulate her into doing her bidding and taking her memory from her, because it's revealed that Rie is a Digimon this entire time. She's one of the Royal Knights.
Yeah, the real Rie got Eden syndrome.
Yeah.
And somehow a Digimon can replace a human mind if they have Eden syndrome. Because if you can digitalize a human consciousness, a digital entity can also inhabit the mind of a non-digital human.
So, like, the king of the digital world just decides, you know what, all these humans are bringing these eaters here, so we need something to do with it. So one half of the Royal Knights wants to destroy all of humans.
Okay.
And the other half...
bit of a rant about the Royal Knights. So they were tasked by Yggdrasil, or King Drazel in the dub, to find the source of the Eaters and destroy them. But then he was infected by the Eaters himself, so they can no longer contact him. And it's not half and half, but like it's a strange proportion of knights. So the Leopardmon discovers humanity is responsible for the Eaters. They must be destroyed. And he's joined by Crusadermon, Dinasmon, and Craniummon.
Okay.
And the thing about those four specifically is they are all villains in other media. Crusadermon and Dinasmon were villains from Frontier, and Leopardmon and Craniummon were villains from Sabers. But Craniummon later has a change of heart. So in Cyber Sleuth, he's not fully committed to Leopardmon's cause, but he doesn't realize that until he dies. The other Royal Knights, because there's 13, are Omnimon, Gallantmon, All-Force Vegemon, Magnamon, and Gizmon, Alphamon, Gankumon, and Examon. Omnimon is a protagonist from our war game, so Season 1. All-Force Vegemon is a protagonist from V-Tamer. Magnamon is a protagonist from Season 2. And Gizmon is... His line is... Huckmon and Gizmon are generally used as a protagonist in some media. They're the 15th anniversary Digimon, so they did get some special treatment. Alphamon is a protagonist from the X Chronicles and the Digimon X Evolution movie. That leaves Gankumon, Examon, and Kentorosmon. Kentorosmon is a supporting character in Sabers, so he doesn't initially join your side until the very end. You kind of just beat him up and he pisses off for a while, because he's not a protagonist, but he's not an antagonist. But when you really need him, he does come to help. Gankumon and Examon have never been protagonists, so Gankumon abstains from the Civil War, and Examon is being controlled by Crusadermon initially, and then you beat the crap out of him before he can before he can pick a side after you free him from control. So all the ones you definitely fight with are already protagonists in the franchise, and all the ones you fight against have never been firm protagonists in the franchise. And that's just very disappointing, because I don't love X Evolution, but it had the testicular fortitude to essentially kill off Gallantmon for most of the film. Make Omnimon a bad guy for most of the film, and have Magnamon firmly stay as an opposition to the protagonists throughout the whole film. And like, people knew about Alphamon before, but that movie essentially put Alphamon on the map. So that's the thing which really made Alphamon popular, and he was the protagonist of that movie. But Doraemon was essentially just a Digimon before that movie made him so special.
Ah.
So it's just a disappointingly uncreative thing the game does. So Examon is a fusion, and Omnimon is a fusion, and it would have been nice if they swapped out Agumon and Gabumon for like 2 Cordramon or something with Nokia, because that would have been something interesting. Because big spoiler, Agumon and Gabumon are Omnimon.
Yeah. They know what they're doing at the end. Like, they know what the purpose was in Eden at the end. And so the DNA evolved themselves into Omnimon.
Yeah, they want to protect Nokia. And they're like, oh, now that we are Omnimon again, we remember why we came here.
Huh. Okay.
So I should mention, Shanks, this is a 20th anniversary release. And this game was made. Yeah, this game was made to coincide with the last 5-year anniversary.
Disappointingly, Doraemon is in the game, but he doesn't do anything. He's just a Digimon which exists. Not even an NPC.
Wow.
No love for the 20th anniversary Digimon and a 20th anniversary game.
Damn.
Yeah. So, like, because the whole point of the game was, okay, we're gonna put things back into scratch. We're also gonna make a game for the fans. But I'm constantly asking, what fans are they trying to appeal here? Because a lot of the references to the older protagonists come across merely as window dressing. No, they're not really significant in any way other than just to say, oh look, they were in the old show.
They're in the old
Isn't
show.
that?
Look, guys, it's them.
Yeah, you mean a Bancho Leomon. There's actually 2 in the game. So that shouldn't have happened, I guess. And the Bancho Leomon in the lore really does not care for the Royal Knights. In Savers, he's a real man's man, so when he appears in the game, he's all about being manly, which is a reference to Savers. Except for the other Bancho Leomon, who's kind of just a boastful guy and you beat him up because it's a side quest. That also brings me to a problem I have with some of the Digimon partners, where because there's Yuko, Arata, and Nokia, only Nokia's partners are really acknowledged as characters. And then a thing you'll notice in Digimon is if a Digimon is a partner to someone, you will almost never see that Digimon anywhere else in that series. Like 2 other Greymon appear in Adventure. One is a flashback to the LVA, which then revealed that's the same Greymon, which is common fan theory that Taichi has. And a Greymon controlled by Etamon, but it has red eyes to distinguish them. You never see any other Greymon in that series. You don't see any other Agumon like Agumon in Savers. But a handful of Digimon, like you still fight Chrysalimon, you still fight Infamon and whatnot, despite that being Arata's partner. He gets a Karamon which has, Karamon, Chrysalimon, Infamon, Diaboromon. So it kind of bothers me, like, why are we still fighting these Digimon as NPCs if one of them has them as a partner? And you still fight a War Greymon, despite Nokia having a War Greymon briefly. But Arata's partner is never really acknowledged as his partner. Like I have a Karamon, but he's not a character. Yuko goes through something similar. She has a Rise Greymon, and she's like, she sort of has a brief conversation with like will you still fight with me? And then he becomes Gaiamon, and it never speaks or anything. So we never see
Okay.
their relationship too. It's just, oh yeah, she has a Gaiamon.
Huh.
The human Digimon partnership is an integral part of the Digimon franchise. It's what really sets it aside from Pokemon. And it isn't here. Like, I can understand the player not having a relationship with their Digimon because it's really hard to do that in these kinds of games. But for the NPCs, they don't bother.
Wow.
Yeah, like it's really pitiful.
And then there's Faye. She has a Tiger Vestmon. They have one moment, and that's it. And Faye didn't even consider Tiger Vestmon a partner.
Wow.
Like, Tiger Vestmon just chips up like, I'll go in your stead, Faye. And like, I didn't know programs could do that.
Whoa. These are some
That's
clever
basically-
programs.
That's the biggest interaction she has with a Tiger Vestmon.
Wow.
I didn't consider you a person. Because Nokia tries to tell her Digimon aren't just programs, they're people. Because Nokia's whole thing is like, more like, Digimon acknowledge them as being more than programs, even though a lot of people already do that. Hackers mistreat them, but it's not like, it's kind of what White did, but Black and White did a better job at it. Because Black and White said, like, this is our story compared to Cyber Sleuth, where it's just kind of a tacked on thing for Nokia to give us something to do.
Wow.
Besides the rebels.
Yeah, like Nokia. Yeah, it's like just it's throughout the game, like Digimon are only acknowledged by hackers. They're the evil hackers Shangus, and you'll know they're evil because they have, they're wearing their hoodies. Damn.
Have you seen them? They're wearing hoodies. That obviously means they're the bad guys.
So they keep telling you, it's like, oh no, like Digimon are tools, and I'm merely using tools as they're intended. I'm like, yeah, he's the villain.
Oh, wow, I didn't know who the bad guy was until I met you.
I even think Yuko doesn't consider Digimon to be anything more than tools until late into the game, but it's never expressed by her character either.
Oh.
It's sort of a little, you get the implication, yeah, she just also views Digimon like tools, because she is one of the leaders, she's the leader of essentially the biggest hacker group. So like, Faye also believes Digimon are just programs, so does Yuko, and then she learns to, I guess, not view them that way, but it's never expressed. It's not, because this isn't a Digimon game, really. It's not about the Digimon at all.
That's kind of what I've been getting from all this. There's not much emphasis about the Digimon. They're just kind of there.
A lot of side quests involve Digimon, like the core story, like, isn't about Digimon despite it being called Digimon Story.
It's a Digimon game. It should be about the Digimon.
The only cool thing that Digimon really does in this game, it's towards the beginning.
Okay.
It's one of the main quests you get, and it's like Wanyamon uses the image and voice of just uses the image of a 1980s pop idol to get people to help it against an Iglumon? No.
I forget the English name. It's Yuki Daramon in Japanese.
Yeah, like it's a Digimon chain. It looks like a snowman. So she's like, so imagine Frigidmon.
That's amazing.
So,
yeah, it's essentially the Yuki Daruma Digimon, so it's like just a two-piece snowman.
like, and because it's a really cool. There's a really cool implication behind it because the Wanyamon, he's been stuck in a
vacuum tube computer.
Vacuum tube computer that's been the oldest vacuum tube computer in Japan, and it's stuck underneath the Broadway building. Well, no, it's actually revealed it's in the walls of a coffee shop that you frequent. And it's like, oh, you know, there's this Digimon in there. Like, there's this Digimon in there who's been around for decades because it knows who the idol it's mimicking is, and he knows because he's seen her performances and knows of like and knows what like what knows like about like a festival she went to back in the day, but it's like he completely forgets everything about himself, so he's suffering from amnesia. I'm like, why couldn't the game be like this? Why couldn't the game be just you find
help this guy cover his memories?
Yeah, you also find out he was a cat. He was a cat called Miko, which is a girl's name, but he was okay with it because he loved his owner so much.
I didn't like how I had a girl's name, but I love my owner.
Find this out interacting with some occult club members, which a lot of their quests have nothing to do. The first quest you do for them has nothing to do with the Digimon, which is too many quests in this game. Is just run around and do this thing. Like, what does this have to do with Digimon? Digimon. One time you go around eating a bunch of food to send a report to a food critic because she'll never eat in that building because she's so high class.
Wow.
Nothing to do with Digimon.
Digimon.
There's an entire section where it's like just an entire side quest where Nokia is just recruiting members for her, for her gang that's only apparently her. And I really feel like there's nothing to do with Digimon there.
And she does form the rebels partially to help, protect Digimon. But it doesn't feel like it has significant payoff.
Yeah.
The rebels are only important for 2 parts, but there's never this feeling of you building up towards a greater cause. It's all like, oh yeah, we can conveniently help out with that. Because she's following her own ambitions. She's not doing it for the story. A lot of the characters are essentially running off doing their own thing, and they just happen to bump into you at times. Let's do this thing, I guess.
They're not really part of your party. They just stumble into your story whenever it's convenient.
Yeah, it really hurts the game because Arata has kind of a decent character arc, but he's barely in the game when you really get down to it. Because he's kind of just a better Beelzebubmon from Tamers, where you actually see this is why he's so obsessed with strength. Because he didn't have the courage to act during this time, and it greatly imprinted on him. Well, then there's important stuff you can completely miss because it has no relevance to the story. Like he gets a Caramon, then suddenly it's an Infamon, and then if you just play the story, suddenly it's a Diaboromon. You can actually experience the quest where it becomes a Diaboromon, but you don't have to because that really isn't important. Because his Caramon's not treated as a character.
Wow.
And you can completely miss that because his thing is kind of his own thing.
This is a Digimon game.
His Infomon becomes Diaboromon when you hack into this special place, and he feels such accomplishment and is so happy, but it makes his Infomon become Diaboromon. But they never establish a connection between him and his Infomon.
Wow.
Because he's not around for it. Like, the story itself does take a very long time to get going. Like, I felt like I binged the game across 3 days, and I don't feel like you really accomplished anything story-wise until chapter 11. Like, that's when this thing finally happens, and then nothing happens again until chapter 13, and then it's a bunch of stuff irrelevant to what happened in chapter 11 and 13, and then very late into the game, you finally get around to the villains. Chapter 18, I think, is a bunch of walking around in 2 fights, and that's the whole chapter, basically. And there's 20 chapters, but chapter 20 is post-game, essentially. So there's really only 19 chapters.
Wow.
I think chapter 11... I can't remember if it was 11 or 13 when the digital wave allows Digimon into the human world.
Huh.
But like, that happens, and then people are still just dicking around doing their own thing when you know the Royal Knights are going to destroy the world.
Did you, SGD? I have to reiterate this question. What game was this? What fans was this game aiming for?
Adults, I guess.
What kind of adults are these?
I don't know, people just who grew up with Digimon. But as someone who's like a fan of Digimon as an adult, I feel pandered to. And it's one of those things where the problem with adult media is like you try to be adult in the wrong ways. And, let's call this like violence and hot bods and people talking about their hot bods and edgy stuff into this game because that's what adults like. And I've seen people talk about this. It's like BoJack Horseman is a mature show because it handles mature themes maturely. Family Guy is not a mature show because it has mature themes but never handles them maturely. Okay. And I feel like that's what Sabers is. It has mature themes, or it tries to, but it thinks that's enough. And that's the problem I have with the Tamers. Like, it has mature themes and it thinks that's enough compared to Sabers, which has mature themes and handles them maturely.
Like a lot of cyber sleuth, and like there's a reason I compare it to Persona 5, because it is that type of game that deep down inside, even though it should be about something else, or like it should be about Digimon. It wants to be a game that touches upon it wants to be a game that kind of touches upon society and
society.
Like how?
What are you joking?
And how? Yes, Chang. Is gamers must rise up. It touches upon like how this digital space is affecting the society around you, and it talks about hackers, and it's like I think that's what the one thing I mentioned to you, SGD, why I think like the reason like we were talking about how a lot of the women look kind of scantily clad, and so it was like I think the problem with me isn't that they just look scantily clad, is that it feels a lot of the game just feels non-committal with what it wants to do. It just brings it up, and it brings up everything around you, and just like Tamers, it does nothing with them. Like it brings it
fun. There are characters that have this thing, but it feels so surface level. Like Saito wants to create a new world without all these painful emotions, but that feels like it's just he wants to do this because we need some motivation for why he's doing what he's doing, and it honestly feels like they had an ending in mind, but they couldn't justify it, so they wrote in Suedo to explain how we can get this ending logically. Because he talks about like, oh, I know the pain of losing a family member, and at the end of the game's like, if you save me, who would be happy for it? And it's like, okay, so this guy has undergone some pain in his life, but it's one of those things like we never understand. Like, is that true, or are we just assuming things? Like mistreatment of Digimon, it never goes deep. We never see Digimon being that mistreated, and generally when we do, we're kind of involved. Like, we're beating up these people's Digimon. Like, Digimon aren't Pokemon, they can tell you no.
Yeah. Like Digimon speak, they speak Japanese, which I learned just the other day ago isn't the official language of Japan. But they're too lazy to rewrite it as being the official language. So it's but it's like they speak Japanese. So they can talk to you. It's not like Pokemon where like they only speak their name.
And the thing is, like, there's the Digimon capture program. Like, okay, a Digimon can still freaking kill you.
Yeah.
Most Digimon, even a rookie level, could kill a human being if they wanted to. Why can't they just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna kill you? Like, there's 3 of us and one of him, and that one of him is a human. Why are we listening to this asshole?
I'm gonna kill you now.
Like, that's what, in Ghost Game, there's Dracumon. Dracumon he's evil, so he wants to find an evil human like him to work with. But it's like, oh no, there's Digimon. They're good Digimon, but they just have bad hackers. Like, so why are they listening to bad hackers?
What? You hacker, what are you doing? I'm doing evil stuff. It's like, Jenny's literally telling you they're doing evil stuff, and they all lack self-awareness because they're like, yeah, I'm doing evil stuff, but it doesn't matter because I'm free. I'm free on the internet.
And they do establish like Digimon do have autonomy. You meet a Devimon, and he's like, oh, my master hates me. I'm like, no, your master is looking for you right now. He hired me to go and find you. So that guy ran off on his own. There's a Kabuterimon, and it's like, my master's like really upset. I don't understand why. Like, he's run away because his master's upset. And you find out like, oh, she's upset because you turned into a big ugly bug. And like, oh, I'll go back to her now and stop being a big ugly bug. So clearly, Digimon and humans can act independently from each other. So I don't understand the whole mistreatment thing. If Digimon can just run away. And you find out the reason why the Eaters are eating people is because humans suck.
Wow.
Eden
I haven't heard
the
that.
Eaters. They're these strange balls of light, almost, that live on a higher dimensional plane. Then when Eden opened up to the digital world, and Ida passed through from Eden into the digital world, having been corrupted by the Eden, and became an Eater.
Okay.
So the whole thing is happening because humans suck, and the Digimon are trying to destroy the human world, because if they kill all the humans, there will be no more Eaters. Which is kind of just the Savers storyline again, for the end. Like, the human world or the digital world must go. And so we as Digimon must take it upon ourselves to save our world. But it's even more dire in the Cyber Sleuth. So it's kind of really hard. Like, I'm not for what the Royal Knights is standing for. But I'm not the good guy in this. Am I the good guy in this situation? I don't feel like the good guy in this situation.
Are we the baddies?
Really, we should be fighting to shut down Eden, not kill all the people just trying to save their race from a genocide. You go to the digital world and it's completely overrun by Eaters. Like, there's nothing left.
Oh, lovely.
It's like, am I the bad guy? Yeah, are we the baddies?
Are we the baddies?
Because you're like,
Yeah, like it runs into the Ready Player One problem, where it's like there's no point. Like the only solution to this, the only good solution to this story is that the virtual world is shut down. That is shown, the virtual world is shown to be a place where people are avoiding their lives and they're not really living it. Well, in Cyber Sleuth, there's no point. There's no point where like Eden ruined someone's life. So there's no point to making that comparison to like you have to go and live your own life outside of the computer. But just like Ready Player One, it decides, you know what? No, like this is our home. We need to fight for it. I'm like, no, screw the virtual world. It's like,
Virtual world sucks.
But Yuko's fighting for Eden because her father made Eden. Like, I want Eden to be what my father envisioned. Like, lady, you are destroying the digital world just by this thing existing.
Woman, let it go.
Like, very surface level, like religious things. Like, Eden was corrupted by sin. Like, now the world is dying. Like,
Oh
yeah.
okay, so why don't we shut down Eden? Like, no, we must not do that.
I love my surface level religious stuff.
Yeah.
So I remembered, there's Eta Adam and Eta Eve. Like, Arata becomes Eta Adam for a boss fight, and Yuko becomes Eta Eve. For some reason, she has a ball gag in her mouth.
Why?
Why not, Chungus? Clearly, like, Ida has use for a ball gag for some reason, I guess. It doesn't make sense. They absorb humans to become more humanoid, so why does this thing get a ball gag?
Yeah.
I think maybe they're trying. I may think maybe like there's something lost in translation, because it's like they absorbed humans, and like the eaters. I think it's like the whole point of it is like I'm speaking bullshit here. So SGD Changus, you can refute me at any time, and I would not be mad. I'm just speaking bullshit here.
I have no idea if it's bullshit or not. I'm not playing this game.
It's like I imagine the creatives thought, the eaters absorbed the humans, and they absorbed the nastier aspects of humans. Along with that, so it's our obsession with sex, our obsession with violence. And so that's just how like the character model is supposed to look. But like maybe somehow the lost in translation thing is just like, he looks like a ball, it looks like Eve has a ball gag, because the ball gag in of itself is shocking. And
I think they may have been going for something different at some point before they realized, like, oh, this is a teenager. Because the art books describes Yuko as being bare, but none of the artwork seems to show that off. So I would have been surprised if she was actually supposed to be more covered up by the Eater. Or inappropriate way. So maybe.
What I'm just getting from this, so not if what you say is true, then what I'm getting from this is that the eaters are corrupted by all the violence movies and sex on TV. What they really need is not Digimon, but just a Family Guy.
Yeah, eaters absorb human data and then use that to essentially evolve themselves, which is why Sueda is so captivated by them. Because he wants to further human evolution. is why he wants to break down the barrier between the human world and the digital world so he can rewrite the human world to be free of all this pain and sadness.
Okay.
But
Whoops.
a boring motivation. Like, humanity is flawed, I'm gonna fix them. I think Bagramon kind of did that already. They tried.
It feels like it just sounds like human instrumentality, but we were lazy and unmotivated.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Arnold, can we please copy your end of Ava? Mr. Arnold, busy filming Kamen Rider. Huh? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Alright, now, do the rider kick!
It's like we're gonna create like a world without suffering. It's just like, okay, so this happens.
And the way the game ends is you insist on rescuing Sito from being inside the Mother Eater because he somehow merged with the Mother Eater so he could rewrite the world.
Okay.
After you took out Yugo because Yugo's consciousness was inside the Mother Eater because he was the first human to be eaten by an Eater. And he sort of realizes, like, I was treating you like dice, but you have free will. So I'm going to test this new thesis, which requires me taking all the Eaters to a higher plane of being, so I cannot interfere with the experiment to prove, like, the existence of the god who makes dice for the god of dice or something. Like, all this nonsense he just spews at you, and then he takes all the Eaters, freeing Yggdrasil or King Drazel from the Eaters so he can make sure the time you came to the digital world, as in 8 years ago, because the 5 main characters, Yugo, Yuko, Nokia, Arata, and you, all went to the digital world 8 years prior. So you never went to the digital world 8 years ago, so a bunch of stuff technically never happened, but you kind of remember it happened, but certain things are still happening, like everyone still wakes up from Eden Syndrome. Despite them, the Eaters never would have existed in the human, and in Eden, so they never would have gotten their minds eaten by the Eaters. But they still have Eden Syndrome, and Nokia's father is still, Yuko and Yugo's father is still alive, despite him being Jeffrey Epstein by Crusadermon.
Okay.
Which means, like, yes, the timeline would have been undone. So why these things that should have been undone not being undone the way they should have been undone? And, like, you take longer to wake up because for some reason your body was unstable because you're only half physical, half digital, or whatever. And then the memories from your Digimon help restore you so you can be sent back to your body, or I guess, with the help of Alphamon, who was actually Kyoko the whole time. Because Kyoko also got eaten by an Eater at the same time Ria did, because Ria was trying to give Kyoko false information to bring down Kamishiro so she could take charge, I guess. Because Crusadermon killed Yuko and Yugo's father, not because that's what she wanted, but because Ria's personality infected her.
How?
Ria was kind of a bad guy, and then apparently she's in love with Yuko and Yugo's father in the new timeline. And it's all this nonsense they drop on you, like, what is this? Because, like, it's supposed to be a new timeline.
SGD, I know you're
and
trying
these things.
I was just saying real quick, SGD, like, I know you're trying your best to describe all this, but honestly, I'm still lost.
If you're lost, I'm explaining it right. Like, it's a new timeline, but they're not fully committing to the idea, despite it has to be a new timeline. Yuko and Yugo's father is still alive. That things that happened 8 years ago never happened. So the Eaters never invaded the digital world, so the Royal Knights never came to the human world, so Crusadermon never killed Yuko and Yugo's father.
What the
So why is there still fallout from those things happening? And it's just this pretentious nonsense just dropped into your lap. And it's like, goodbye, everybody.
Like it ends, and it's like, you still have a bit of a need, and Kyoko is like, okay, like, come on, let's go do some sleuthing. Come on, it's like, wake up.
Let's go do some sleuthing.
Oh, hey, I don't know who you are. Want to give me a hand with this? Like, okay.
Come on, wake the fuck up, Samurai. It's sleuthing time.
Thank God we are never coming back to this sub-franchise because they said, yeah, we're done with Bandai is done with Cyber Sleuth.
Oh.
There's a DLC, I haven't touched it because, everything we've talked about in this game already.
It's a sequel that was released 2 years later called Hacker Memories. I'm a glutton, so I'm going to play through that.
Why?
It's concurrent with the base game.
Okay.
So I expect it's going to run into the same problems. Like everything's going to be undone by the ending of Cyber Sleuth, so it doesn't matter. Like all the Digimon like Nokia says to Agumon and Gabumon, like, what are you two doing? Like we'll never have met. So that confirms, like, all those Digimon you helped out never happened. All this thing never happened, and that's just such a draining feeling. When I beat Scarlet,
just makes me feel exhausted.
When I beat Scarlet Nexus, like, oh my god, this is just Cyber Sleuth ending, but done right. Because all the things that happened in that game still happened at the end, just for different reasons. Like, Karen essentially erases himself from existence like Sato did. But, stuff like, this rebellion he started still happened as just a different guy. Nagi still died just for different reasons. Naomi still died just for different reasons.
I see.
And but it kind of really bothered me, like, Cyber Sleuth, like, everything you did doesn't mean anything because it never happened, I guess. Like, that's not encouraging. But even the side quests I didn't particularly enjoy, because all of them were like, what does this have to do with Digimon? And other times, like, okay, I'll just run around doing this crap for you, and certain things weren't particularly engaging, and there's only two I remember enjoying in the second playthrough. One was helping a Piemon get a job interview.
Yeah.
And there's no fights in that one, I think. You just go around asking for advice and then giving it to him. Like, do you want to do this job or this job? Like, you want to go to the circus? Like, yeah, the circus sounds great. Like, but what could I do at the circus? Like, this. But a lot of the responses in this game are just they're written in a way that you're going to get the same response from the person. So you have three options. All leads to the same thing. It doesn't matter.
It don't matter.
And like, I enjoyed giving a confidence boost because, like, I'm ready. Like, no, I'm not. I can't do this. Like, yes, you can. So even though I didn't have a Digimon fight, I still enjoyed it. Another one which didn't have a Digimon fight was you meet a girl and she's like, oh, I saw a Greymon and he looked really cold. Like, he's a metal Greymon. So can you help me get a quilt and give it to the metal Greymon? And so you go to a quilt store and you get a quilt and you give it to the metal Greymon, who's a blue metal Greymon. So the original design. And he's like, oh, thank you. Like, I thought humans were all bad, but I guess they're not so bad. Like, that's why I became a metal Greymon. Because I was so scared of the humans. And because he rushed into getting those cybernetics, he turned blue. Which is a nod to the lore, where Metal Greymon is often orange, but the original design is blue, and the blue one's bodies don't handle the cybernetics as well as the orange one. And that was just a nice, heartwarming thing to do, but that's 2 quests compared to the rest of the game.
Wow.
A lot of them are like so mundane, like you meet a Nanimon, like, hey, go get me a newspaper. So you get the Nanimon a newspaper. stuff for the occult kids. Like, this has nothing to do with Digimon. We're just running around doing stuff. Like, I don't care about this. And some are just so strange. Like, someone hacked one of the occult girls' social medias, so you track it down. It was a kid who had a crush on her. And it's like, by the way, there's a Digimon you can go deal with. Like, okay, and then somehow that ties into the main story because now you can go invisible. It feels like these bizarre things happen and they try to make them important. Like, why? How do these completely random things all connect?
Doesn't.
A lot of them, the quote-unquote main story stuff is basically side quests. What separates it from a side quest is you don't have a choice in this.
Yeah. Like the Poyomon thing, Chengus, you can skip. That's completely doable. But it's like you still have to do a lot of like main quests that don't have anything to pertain with the main story that you're going down. This yeah, like I mean, to wrap up this 5-year discussion, with like Digimon, Digimon Story is Cyber Sleuth. Is a bad game. If I had the ability to go back in time, I will tell everyone who petitioned this game to get a North American release that they're wasting their time.
I remember a lot of people praise this game online, but I saw someone on Reddit say like, some of the stuff that isn't good. Digimon fans just have low standards. Like, exactly this. There's a lot of stuff which gets praised by Digimon fans. Like, no, this is terrible. Like, yeah, we're just deprived of quality. That's what they said. Like, we think Cyber Sleuth is good because we haven't had any other quality, like, big Digimon games. And yeah, we haven't. Like, you want a Digimon game on PC? I can give you Cyber Sleuth, or I can tell you to get out.
Changus, the reason why we weren't gonna get Cyber Sleuth originally is because a lot of the game publishers, a lot of game publishers thought Digimon was a kids thing, and you think it would sell well, and that was the problem with a lot of Digimon games in the West. We weren't gonna get.
This is too kiddie. We have to make it adult.
Well, no, it's not that. Oh, this is too kiddie. It's just like Digimon, like Pokemon, carries this connotation that is for children, and so it there's this idea of like, oh, you don't have to bring over something. We don't have to bring over something about it. If we don't have to bring. If we're not confident it's gonna make money, so unlike Pokemon, where all the games, even the ones that are crap, make like billions of dollars just on name recognition alone. Digimon is the unfortunate one to not do the same for for the Western market.
Fortunately, like, Bandai seems to be like expanding Digimon more. Like, Digimon Survive is going to be on Switch, and it's going to be on PlayStation, it's going to be on Xbox, and it's going to be on PC. And I have much higher hopes for Digimon Survive because it's embracing like, this is 70% light novel. We're letting you know out the gate. So when there's a bunch of talking, it's like, yes, this is what I paid for. Compared to Cyber Sleuth, like, I didn't sign up for like 5 different conversations that didn't need to be 5 different conversations before I get to do anything. Like, I told Chengus, there's a part where like before you go down the stairs, I need to have a word with you. Then you go down the stairs, and like I was like, I need to have another word with you. Like before you go even further in this dungeon, I need to have another word with you. I was like, why are these 3 different conversations?
It's like, oh my god, I get it. You want a word with me? Let me go.
I am excited for the next Digimon story game, whenever that comes, for 3 reasons.
Okay.
Olympus 12, which are a very underrepresented group. So
Mhm.
I don't agree with that we're oversaturated with Royal Knight stuff. I just don't like how they're handled in Cyber Sleuth, and I can see why people don't either. But I'm fine with more Royal Knight stuff. Reason 2, it's going to be aimed at children. So hopefully we'll get rid of all this pretentious, edgy junk stapled onto Cyber Sleuth. And 3, you'll actually get to go to the digital world.
Oh.
Because the digital world in Cyber Sleuth is a flashback, where it's kind of just a jungle.
Mm-hmm.
And it being overrun with Eaters, where you fight the same enemy 4 times and then the final boss.
Wow.
Yeah. I think at the end of this game, all I just was I feel bad for this franchise because it's not like neglected.
Mm-hmm.
Because I believe SGD when he says it's not neglected, but I also sense that at the ender end, there's not a creative force that's trying to protect things, that holds anything sacred about Digimon. So you get crap like this because no one's standing by and saying no. There's no creative lead who's saying no. We don't do crap like this. This is not Digimon.
We have Habu, but I don't know how much say he has in this stuff. He seems to be more pushing Digimon as a brand. Although people kind of assume he cares a lot about Digimon Survive, which I can believe. And people think Digimon is neglected. Like, I very strongly disagree with the idea that Digimon is neglected, because we get something every now and again. Which, that's a lot of franchises, we get something every now and again. Not every franchise is Pokemon. Like, there are very few things actually like Pokemon. Like, you look at Nintendo's big things like Legend of Zelda, Mario. We don't get those things often. Just because we don't get a lot of something doesn't mean they don't care about it. And if we do get a lot of something, that's probably more in the way of they don't care about this franchise. You see a lot of Pokemon games, like, these don't have the care they used to. And you can see, the big wigs don't care as much as they used to. That's why they take, I can believe Habu cares about Survive, because it's still going. It's going to be coming out next month. And that shows, like, the fact that they spent this much time on this game, which anyone else would have scrapped, shows that they do care. Like, someone does care about Digimon, that they want these things to happen. But then the problem is you get people with the wrong ideas, like Cyber Sleuth, where they just put the wrong people in charge, I guess. I talk about Apple Monsters is awful. The director of Apple Monsters never worked on Digimon, hasn't worked on Digimon since. And I said, like, Habu does seem like someone pushing Digimon as a brand. Because he talks about, like, I'd love to see these things ported to the West, but there's no money in it. Like, the higher-ups won't let it happen because it's not profitable. I don't see him talking a lot about projects and stuff. Like, he is involved in other things. So I don't really know where he stands, like, how involved in the nitty-gritty of Digimon.
Yeah, I really do feel like, some like franchises like Digimon, it needs like a Tomino. It needs like a strong creative lead who can tell, who understands the business side of things, but who can tell you straight up in your face that no, we're not doing things like this because this is not what the franchise is about.
It really feels like just Well, that really feels like just something that needs to be done for like a lot of things nowadays. Like just someone to steer the ship.
It does feel, I think, probably was just video game side of things, but outside the video game side of things, it does feel like there aren't people who care about this franchise helming it. They do feel very business oriented. Like, no one's talking about how colon cancer is clearly I call it nostalgia wankfest, but no one's thinking big brain like me. It's not to appeal to the older fans, even though it was made for older fans. It's to get newer fans nostalgic for older stuff. Like, they'll see a Lilymon toy, and they'll remember Lilymon from their childhood, and the people who watched the first series will remember Lilymon from their childhood. So you're getting these two different groups who consume two different products buying the same product. And colon cancer is absolute garbage television. I can say, like, I like this thing, but it's garbage. And I don't like this thing, but it's not terrible. I just like it. I don't like it for different reasons. Like, I don't hate Predator, but it's not a movie I'm in any hurry to see again. Yeah, I can't say, like, oh, I don't like it for this reason. Predator is just not for me. And I don't have nostalgia for adventure. I objectively believe colon cancer is garbage. Just in a vacuum. That show is not good. I think it is not worth watching. It is not worth acknowledging. It is the complete opposite of art. It's ignoring the fact it's a nostalgia wankfest. Yeah, they let it go on for 67 episodes. They said, like, make it more like V-Tamer. I watched the show, like, you have never read V-Tamer in your lives, you lying asshats.
Damn.
So you know what? What's good? Digimon media that's made very, I'm told is made very well, and I will check out because you two like it. Ghost Game.
Yeah, so now, after talking, honestly, I don't know how long about this terrible game.
Couple hours.
Couple hours. I mean, to be fair, like, you guys ripped this thing to shreds. Like,
yeah, I'm glad not wanted to talk about it. It's like, I'm not doing a 2 cents on this game. I'll have nothing but bad things to say.
Yeah, but then Not's like, oh, I'll do it, and you decide, SGD, fuck it, I can't let him go to hell on his own.
Yeah, I need to remember, like, do I know what he's talking about? Because there are a few things I misinterpreted during my first playthrough. But like I said, now that I understand things, it's worse. You should have let me live in my ignorance, Cyber Sleuth.
Yeah, so we could end the night off. We can end this night off before we leave this restaurant. We've been here for how long now? I'm pretty sure the owner should have closed this place off now.
Almost 5 hours.
Almost 5 hours. Where the hell's that owner? I think he just left us. I guess we have to close down afterwards. Alright, so I guess we can end the night off talking about... yeah, something good. Yes, Chelsea, finally Ghost Game. It's not my fault that we talked about such a terrible game that we had to thoroughly tear apart. But, so this is the most recent Digimon show. And, SGD, you gotta help me fill in the gaps. Like, when did this show first, come out?
I think it was October last year. Yeah, October last year, because colon cancer ended in September. Last week of September.
Alright, and this is, what number Digimon show is this?
There was Adventure, Zero Two, Tamers, Frontier Savers, Cross Wars. People sometimes count Young Hunters as a separate thing, but technically it is the same thing. Try is movies, Apple Monsters, Colin Kent, number 9.
It's the 9th show. So 25 years, and this is the 9th Digimon show out here. And so here's the thing. I'm not gonna lie. The only reason why I picked up on this show was because SGD just talked so much about Digimon in this show, and a lot of things went over my head. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try to put some time every so often to actually sit down, watch this show, so I can understand what the hell SGD is talking about. And after watching 13 episodes of this show, Digimon, SGD, you are a twisted bastard. Why would you enjoy Pokemon's death?
That is a complex discussion.
A complex discussion. My boy Gamamon was bawling his eyes out. I mean, and then he turned black for a bit, but then he went back to bawling. It was like he was sad, and I remember that the day episode 13 came out, you're like, it finally happened, and you just had the biggest smile on your face, like. And now after watching, like, why?
Well, what happened was Gamamon is sad, and he put on blackface like, I'm okay now, and Tara's like, Gamamon, take that off, and then he was sad again. Like, if you think this is messed up, you have no idea. The stuff I'm into is far beyond this.
I mean, this is the least messed up thing I've seen. It's just, like, look. Look. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna pull up an image that I keep posting, and this perfectly sums up my entire experience watching this show, and it is actually like a major factor why I continue watching this show. If I can just find the damn thing.
To be honest with you, Changus, the reason I like Pokemon's death is I'm incredibly deadpan, so I enjoy when something can make me feel things.
Oh my god, what's wrong with you? This is the image. The chat. This is what I feel every time I watch this show. Every time Gamamon appears on screen. This is how I feel. It's like, I hope nothing bad happens to Gamamon. And then Pokemon dies. I was like, he's so sad! Oh, he's black now. Oh, he's back to being sad. Oh, he's sad again! So if it hasn't been obvious, I really am liking this show. This is gonna be, I think surprisingly, I'm gonna have the shortest segment of all of us here, because I don't think there's much to say. I can say about this show, because SGD already went like a full-on, in-depth like a discussion of like each episode.
Minor thoughts and major implications.
Yeah, but like I guess I could just like give my general thoughts. Like it's a fun show. It's a very episodic. But like the characters, they're fun. Obviously, right here you can tell this is the star of the show. You cannot convince me otherwise. This white dinosaur is the star of the show. I love him. He's Gam. There's something so special about Gamamon, how he's written. Like he's like usually like when it comes to like these like childish characters, you would think they would come off as annoying, but no, he's great. I don't know what they're doing, but keep it up. I love it. I absolutely love this shit. He's like for so often, like Gamamon just like tugs at my heartstring. Like it was like he calls. like okay, so SGD, if this is my limited, very limited. So Psycho means like strong, right?
The best.
The best.
Yeah, the strongest one, the best.
Yeah. Why do they keep calling it champion in the subtitles?
Probably because it probably sound weird. Like in recent episodes, like my champion. Imagine that, like the strongest or the best. It would probably sound weird.
I guess, but then but the thing is though,
It does bother me. It did bother me initially because they probably wouldn't have known about stuff like that.
But like, I think what got to me that kind of just like for a bit took me out was like, wait, but you just had Pokemon say Psycho and you translated the subtitle as, you know, the strongest, but you keep saying Gamon keeps calling Chocolate champion. Okay.
Yeah, it's like CL also says the best. Like she says Psycho too. The strongest and the fastest, and she is Psycho then.
Was like
it's like I can just assume it's like the proper translations probably wouldn't fit very well. But at the same time, like Crunchyroll incompetence.
Yeah. Like, remember, James, like, if you try to literally translate everything, it's gonna sound grammatically correct. Because, you know,
I
Japanese don't
understand.
have
Yeah, I
same
completely understand that. I understand that. It's just, you know, every so often, like, when I do recognize, like, an actual word Japanese that I can recognize, and, you know, they just, you know, subtitles say something else, it's like, you know, it's not going to take me out of it, but it's definitely going to be like, okay, you're doing this again, okay.
It does irk me too, but the thing is, like, the champion itself fits better than other things, but at the same time, they didn't know about that kind of dialogue when they started translating it as Psycho. So it started translating Psycho as the champion. And there's thing like, are they doing it for a specific reason, or is it Crunchyroll incompetence? Because these are the same guys who keep translating Simba and Goromon, which is spelled with an R-E on the end of Simba, in the opening as two A's. We have official information. It is an R and an E. Crunchyroll still does it as two A's. And the Ginkakumon being vaccine instead of virus when it clearly says virus, and Sabajimon being virus when it clearly says vaccine. Like, I really don't know.
That's the problem with Crunchyroll translator and just official translations in general is just sometimes they don't take from the sources, and they try to translate it outright, and that's where you get like the problem with the repeating letters, and like the two A's.
Yeah, I understand why they're doing two A's, because like, it's a long A sound, but it shouldn't be two A's, it should be an R and an E.
Yeah.
It's in the opening, it's in official information.
But if you translate it outright without any prior context to it, that's just what it comes out to. That's just what a literal translation is. And I really dislike that.
The thing is, we don't even know where Simba comes from. Like, people are still debating that.
It's a thing.
There are times where they were translating things correctly before other people. So I don't know, like, do they have a connection to official sources, or are they just translating this in half an hour? And, you know, going back to official translations, I praise them translating their reference book into English, but like I said, I get it from fan translations and official sources, because there are big problems with the English translation of the reference books. There's entire sentences that are missing from profiles that are in the Japanese but with the English.
Fuck you, SGD, for this meme.
You're smiling. Welcome on this dive. You're smiling. Yeah. Yes. I'm tired of acting like this.
SGD, hey, I don't know, whenever Gula shows up, how about another Digimon death chain, guys? No, I think we've had enough, SGD.
Like, what do we get?
You'll probably not like the next time Gold shows up, Genghis, if I'm being honest.
Oh, okay.
I'm being serious this time. You'll probably enjoy it.
Alright.
I mean, it's everything before it that you probably won't enjoy.
Oh. Alright. But like, other than that, there's not really much I can say. Like, the character-wise, again, Gammon is just, he's adorable. And whatever they're doing with Gammon, just keep at it. Just keep at it. Do what you do. Angoramon, he's fine. I don't hate him. I like him. I feel like this is just because right now they've been focusing more on, from what I've seen, from just 13 episodes, they were focusing a lot more on Gammamon and Jellymon than Angoramon.
Yeah, in the later episodes, I do feel like they're doing a lot of relationship building between Ruli and Angoramon, and I suspect that they're doing that because I know what comes after Simba and Angoramon. Watching the episode right now, I may or may not be in it, but when he shows up, I think it's going to be a big thing.
Well, he turns into. I don't know, how they're gonna do it, because I'm not that far, but I saw what he turns into. It's like, wait, so you go from big fluffy rabbit to, I don't know, kung fu rabbit with thighs to really, I think you should keep your distance away from him. I think he needs some medicine.
Yeah, that's a Digimon which will kill you for saying bad things about it.
Yeah.
I was wary about it showing up in the show because Jellymon and Gammon are so different from their reference profiles, but seeing Thetismon and Kanabaisamon being very much alike their reference profiles, I have a lot more confidence when he shows up then it'll be like the reference profile.
Yeah, but as I said, from what I've seen, I don't hate Angoramon. It's just clear he's the least developed of the three Digimons. Jellymon, yeah. She's growing on me. Well, literally at this point. Since
I think what happened was they probably conceptualized Gammamon, Angoramon, and Jellymon early on and said, like, okay, this will be the main guys, this will be the main girls, this will be the other guys thing, and they hadn't come up with Lemormon yet. So when they started planning out the show, and then they got news of Lemormon, they probably had to rework their long-term plans to fit it in. Because Angoramon is the third to get his evolution, and it's after Gammamon has all three of his Tosculus appearing. And Jellymon's got hers, and even now, he's still waiting for his next evolution unless it comes today. Like I said, I'm watching the episode now.
Now speaking of Jellymon, there's another thing I could take away from Jellymon. She's all about making them money.
Yeah, she's a big fan of capitalism. She sabotages all the ATMs in her first episode so no one else can get money. So she can be the best at the money game. And a recurring thing, her businesses.
Yeah, like she like gets other Digimon like stuff they want, and then the way she does it is like oh man, and like, hey, good thing Hikachi lent me his credit card. Ooh.
I'll just put it on Darling's credit. It has an expensive kimono. I'll just put it on Darling's credit card. So she learned her lesson from her debut episode of don't mess with capitalism. Or a big dragon will get you.
So So she'll just put all. So, well, it seems like I'm not gonna mess with capitalism. You know, push capitalism too much. I'll just let my darling take care of that whenever it comes. It's like, oh, okay. But,
And he's probably got money because he does things for. One episode, if you haven't watched it yet, he's helping out with a geothermal reactor, geothermal plant. Like, he did the equations for the plant, so it gets energy from hot springs. So he probably has a bit of money.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but still, though, even if he has the money, like Jellymon, you can't just go around just, putting everything on his credit card. It's like,
it's a one-time thing.
It was like when when I heard that line, like for some reason, not knows this. God, I wish Nick was here, but not also knows this Family Guy skit where it's like the Jetsons, and then it's like, like years of 20. It's like, no, where are you going? I was like, well, I'm just gonna go shopping. Bullshit.
Yeah, Chelsea, capitalism is good.
Chelsea, I'm not going to accept any of this socialism in my house. If you want to deprive yourself of bread, you do it in your house.
Ah, fuck it.
So, welcome to the abyss.
Welcome to the
Road trip.
Road trip. Ah, fuck. I mean, to be fair though, really, like this is just a meme I made. I don't give a shit what people's opinion are on, real capitalism. This is just a meme I made that just describes Jellymon. Just, I like doing business. If done, like, I don't know, for some reason I feel like if Jellymon had a much darker, more twisted personality, she would be the type of person that would just be pimping out Digimons.
Pimping out Digimon in what ways, Shingus?
I don't know, whatever. I don't know. Whatever, is acceptable for kids' television.
And Digimon are kind of her business. They're her customers. She can't go mistreating Digimon.
No, Chelsea, I don't have a red herring. But then, Chelsea, I still don't think you know what a red herring means. Why is this always a matter of discussion with you, Chelsea? What's red herrings? But yeah, that's Jellymon. She likes business, and if I could find the other image I had that also describes Jellymon, like my first impression of Jellymon, if I could just find it. Yes, I found it. Here we go. Let me quickly add this to my computer from Discord, so I could put it on screen for chat to see. This is also my initial opinion of Jellymon. I do not like this painting, SGD. Her smug aura mocks me. but like over time, it's clear, Jellymon's getting development, be better. But I guess Jellymon's also a good segue into the human characters. Higachi himself, Kiyoshiro. Well, they
Rolly just calls him Higachi because that's a shortening of his last name or his surname, which is Rinmon.
Well, I just call him Higachi because that's what Rui calls him, and then all Hiro does is just call him Senpai. That's about it. But every time Higachi's on screen, it's like I understand what they're going with the character, but my man, you gotta grow a spine somehow. like every so often he has his moments, like especially when Thetis Jellymon, Jellymon digivolves into Thetis Jellymon.
Just Thetismon.
Just Thetismon. Alright, but like just when Jellymon becomes Deadismon, that's a a good moment. We're like, okay, Higachi, there you go. I mean, I know next episode he's gonna go back to being, a bit spineless, but every so often he has his moments.
They're literally his intervals.
Ruli she's fine. I think, but you know what? This is also, I think Ruli just has the same problem as Angeromon, at least where I am right now. Is just there's not much going on with her, because they're focusing more on, Higachi, Jellymon, and, Hiro and Gammamon.
Yeah, I know Ciel and Metal Phantom went back to the digital world, and I'm hopeful they'll make a return, so that Rolly can have a good episode, because she took particular grievance with Ciel.
Yeah, I like Ciel. She got that crazy energy. That's fun to watch.
Ciel placed her really high in a poll, and be like, oh, it's probably just people who are already fans of the character, or it's something Baka. And I was thinking, dude, people loved her appearance in Ghost Game. What are you talking about?
He
didn't like Ciel's depiction in Ghost Game because it's not accurate to the reference book profile, but the fan base, they loved her so much.
Well, she was just fun. That's all. Like she was really fun. like she's crazy. She's crazy, so don't be with her. But she's fun. So I like Ciel, Sister Maciel. But like I guess that only leaves Hiro. Hero's also kind of alright at the moment. I think maybe just because I think maybe my opinion of this is just like this because the episodes I watched today, like a majority of them were very heavily focused on Jellymon and Higachi. But Hero's alright. Obviously, there's gonna be more. Like obviously, I know there's gonna be more with these characters because there's how many episodes now?
We're up to 31 today.
31.
I expect it to at least reach into the 60s. Last season was 67. And with the way the story is panning out, and the fact that the story hasn't been panning out, I do expect it to go on for a while longer. I think if Lemon appears today, I don't know if he appears today. I've almost finished the episode. It doesn't look like it. I think when he appears, we'll probably be entering some kind of story soon-ish.
Soonish.
Next week we have one more episode, and then after that we'll get another batch of guide listings. So.
Okay. But
there's also products and stuff like we don't know when Digivice Double V is coming out. If it was ending this year, we would probably know by now. But because we don't know when it's coming, it's probably not ending in the next few months. Some of you may have heard of Geekdom 101 saying there's a rumor it's ending in October. He's probably mistaking it with the last season, which ended just before October. And he was referring to the Digimon reboot, which ended September last year. So he doesn't have his finger on the pulse when it comes to Digimon.
Oh, alright.
I can see it ending early next year. And then Dragon Ball Super taking over from it. But I think if Dragon Ball Super was coming back this year, it's like they said this year, like it's coming soon, it's like this year, next year. I think, considering it's Dragon Ball, but we probably might know by now. So I don't think it's coming this year. But it'll probably replace Ghost Game. For the Dragon Ball fans, I'm kind of hoping it doesn't take the 9 AM time slot so it can be more like the older Dragon Ball they want. Probably happening. Because like I said earlier, 9 AM time slot, really good. It doesn't matter how big the franchise is, they still want more eyes on it.
Yeah, like, yeah, I feel like overall though, like, again, there's not really much I can say that SGD hasn't said. I I think real quick, going back to Hero, I think the biggest thing that stands out to me is Hero. The whole thing about Hero just he doesn't argue. He just goes along with whatever. Just like, Hero, hack into this thing. Okay, Hero, you sure you want to do it? It's better than arguing. Okay.
Yeah. I wonder, like, why does he have a lockpicking set on him? I've seen someone complain, like, it came up in a recent episode, and it's actually advantageous to the plot. And so, like, oh, of course it only comes up when it's convenient. Like, dude, the whole problem with Clockmon happened because he can't say no. His friend is like, hey, let's go investigate this place where this sunlit mouth man was. Like, fine. Gets attacked by the sunlit mouth man, whatever. And like, oh no.
Oh no. And then, then Gammon punches Clockmon. It's like, you're not gonna, do your thing again, right? No, of course not. While, he has his fingers crossed behind his back. And then was it episode 8 or 9 that he returns?
It was the Pokemon one, I think.
Yeah, it was the Pokemon one. Chelsea, I think that's just SGD's Australian wildlife in the back.
My dogs are not native breeds.
Ah.
Yeah, Cavoodle into Golden Retrievers.
And don't worry, Chelsea. It's just Australian wildlife.
Chelsea, the SGD's dogs are getting scared because they saw a moth twice their size just fly by, and they're afraid there more are coming.
Yeah, Warped Time was episode 9 with Clockmon.
Alright, episode 9.
Episode 1 is like, I'll be back. Weedmon is the one like, I won't be back. But his eyes are saying he'll be back. We're still waiting for him to come back.
Oh.
Dracumon came back a little while ago. I'll have to talk about that another time.
But like, other than that, like, I'm just being a broken record now. I don't think I have much else to say. I just like this show. It's fun. There's no. It's again. I'm very early into the show, so obviously, of course, right now there's not really much going on with like a real story, like at least like an overarching story. Like the only thing that's like a big hanging thread over everything going on is the fact that oh yeah, Hero, your dad is just somewhere in the digital world doing I don't know what, but he's doing something.
Yeah, Fathers in the Digital World, Ghoulus exists, and some dark-colored Digimon around whenever Ghoulus shows up. It's only happened twice.
Yeah. Oh.
They didn't say like this is an episodic series, and people are complaining. They're like, "Why is it episodic?" But people overstate how many people are actually complaining about that. It's kind of annoying. Like, why are so many people complaining? Like, not a lot of people are actually complaining about this.
I like the episodic nature. I think at least for what they're doing, from what I can see, it works in their favor. You get little standout episodes every so often. That gives you a little more insight into a character, or gives more development. Like the big thing, obviously, was I just got introduced to Ghoulus Gammon. He's Gammon, but now he can't say the N-word.
Yeah, people kind of overstate the like how serialized Digimon can be. There are times like Digimon can be a bit more episodic than serialized. Most of the times it is serialized. But I expect a Ghost game to take a hard turn into plot like the last arc of Savers. Where it's like, yeah, we don't have time for literally anything else but plot right now. Because the whole Digimon genocide arc, kind of no time for slice of life. And the thing about character development is people also overstate character development in Digimon. Like, a lot of Digimon characters are more like Goku. They're the same person at the beginning as they are at the end, but they generally have learned something. Some seasons kind of forgot that. I think Adventure did the best with character development, and they didn't really develop much, which is fine. Because the character development can be kind of overrated. Not that it's a bad thing, it's just you don't need everyone to develop all the time and be a completely different person.
Yeah, this little thing here and there is fine.
It's important, like, just giving Digimon characters them moments is all that really matters. Like, people talk about development in the first series, like, yeah, the character's got a few moments here and there, but that's enough for people, and that's enough for me.
I will say, so Gulis is Gammon, and by default Gulis, they are male, right?
Yeah, they're male.
I understand what they're doing with Gulis' voice actress, because Gammon also has a voice actress. I think either she could have done maybe a deeper voice, or I think the most drastic thing would be get a voice actor for at least Gulis. Like
it's pretty atypical for them to swap out voice actors and actresses. If a character has multiple forms, they'll generally just stick with the one person. I don't find Gore so overly feminine sounding. Like, he is softer. I never get the impression that he's female.
I think it's just because I've watched things where her at least the range Gulis' voice actress is when she's playing Gulis sounds similar to like other like more tougher female characters that I've seen already. So like my mind kind of just associates like she kind of sounds like that one that other voice actress from that one show where she played that cool girl. So, but I think that's just more of a personal thing.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of anime myself, so it didn't really bother me.
All right. Well, like other than that, like again, it's just I just think it's a fun show. That's really all it is. It's fun. And you know what? I'm most likely gonna continue watching it, just so that way I could know what SGD is talking about. Like
I finished the episode today. Angormon didn't turn to a bat. He's just a big nerd.
He's just a big nerd. How does a rabbit become a bat?
Puns, Chungus. Puns.
Huh.
It's those goddamn puns the Japanese love so much because their language is just filled with.
Yeah, Angormon's a rabbit, and then there's the bat rabbit, so he becomes a bat rabbit.
Bat rabbit.
It's the long-eared bat. The Japanese call the long-eared bat the bat rabbit, or the rabbit bat. Rabbit bat.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna be looking forward to continue with the show. I can't wait to see who dies next when Gula shows up again. Oh yeah,
You'll be pleased.
Oh okay. Oh, by the way, Gula's what I forgot. What was the Digimon's name again? That he killed by just stabbing his head with the tail.
Theilstrom.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was definitely a ooh moment for me. Like, it's like, cause like, I mean, like it's weird. Like, you know, like throughout the whole episode, you know, knives were being thrown at Digimons. You know, like they were being stabbed to death, and then, but it's just something about, you know, like a tail right to the head. Just ooh. And then
People think there's sort of a method behind Ghost murdering certain Digimon, but we're gonna have to wait to see what the third one does. Because Salesramon stabbed people in the head, so he stabbed him in the head. The next one ate people, so she wanted to eat him, so he fed her a bunch of Desdemona fire. And we're still waiting on a third Ghost appearance. So, like, is there kind of a twist, or is it just coincidence? I'm also leaning towards coincidence. Because I think they wanted to draw attention to Salesramon's face when he died, so they had him stab him in the head. Yeah, and I think there's only so much you can get away with in children's television, so I think a stab to the head is probably more easy to get away with than a stab to the gut. And also camera angles and whatnot. Well, angling.
Right. And then there's also the fact that Garamon doesn't remember. Oh, not left. Oh, no, he's back. Wait, so I have to ask. So, like, Gulus is Garamon, right? Like, it's not like a split personality thing, or?
From our well, we don't really know actually. The implication in episode 19 is Gulus is the true Gamamon. Well, that's just from Piccolamon time traveling to the past. He comes back beaten up and like, what the hell are you?
Huh. Okay. It was interesting because, like, you know, Gulus is, because, you know, Hero's like, you know, you're not Garamon, but Gulus is, you know, yes, I am Garamon.
Yeah,
but then,
isn't this me? But like, that was sort of implication. Like, is that is that the true Gamamon?
Yeah.
Because that's all we had to go off for episode 19, and people were already theorizing it, including me.
Yeah, but Garamon, then, you know, when he reverts, he doesn't remember anything that happened.
Yeah, I remember talking about the episodes. My theory is that Hero's father has something to do with it, because he has a blue bandana, like Hero's father, which is missing. And there's also the red band. Gamon just has this red band. His 3 evolutions have it's a white band like the rest of the markings on his skin. Gulus doesn't have any marking like that on his skin. So it is going to do something. But they never call attention to the red band. So, I don't know.
Alright. Yeah, so that's also a big... Yeah, so the big mysteries going on with the show that I have to catch up on is, you know, Hero's dad, and if he's involved with whatever's going on with Gulus. But other than that, I just 13 episodes in, I'd say, yeah, watch the show. It's fun. I think you'll get a kick out of it. Yeah. All right. That's pretty much all I have to say. So yeah. So with that said, then I guess we could close shop now. So yeah. Who knew that a Digimon special 2 cents, where SGD's just talking most of the time, would reach a little over 5.5 hours.
I think we need to do a 2 cents just for fun, where we talk about, like, if we could make a game. Because I wanted to do that, but like, we've gone on for over 5 hours.
we could think of something like that, But
Another thing, another thing. I'm sure a lot of fans is happy about the 25th anniversary today. The fifth Commandramon exists.
Ah.
The trading card game got a fifth Commandramon, and people are so hyped for the very idea because the D Brigade archetype helps get more D Brigade monsters onto the field. So now you can have up to 20 Commandramon in your deck. It's like, oh my.
Huh. That's
Better
cool.
do something to counter that Rookie Rush Digimon.
Well, okay, that's pretty neat. Yeah, that's cool.
I didn't check Twitter all day.
Well,
Because I didn't want to spoil today's episode. Like, I don't have to worry about next week. I know what's happening next week.
well, if you want my honest opinion,
It's
if you want my honest opinion, SGD, I think you should just stay off Twitter for just maybe a day or two more.
don't worry. I just checked Japanese accounts.
Oh,
It's
okay.
all professional Japanese. It's all professional Digimon stuff. So
Okay.
they don't go to posting anything. The only time they post something weird is it's like, oh, sorry, we made a spelling mistake.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't need a Japanese. That'd be really weird. Like I don't know, a Digimon account just going. We're an account about a Japanese show about Tamagotchis. Let's take a day to talk about what just happened in America. It's like I don't want to talk about that. Just go back to talking about Digimon. But okay. But yeah. So with that said, then yeah, this was a fun stream. I'm learning about Digimon. I'm learning more about the magic of virtual pets. How much is a Tamagotchi nowadays, anyways?
Like $20.
$20? How much
Yeah,
are
really not
those
expensive.
vital bracelets?
50 to 60. I don't know how much Tamagotchi Smart is though. That's the more in line with the vinyl bracelet, but it's an electronic watch. It walked so the vinyl bracelet could run. And you run with a vinyl bracelet because it's for exercise.
Oh, God, I need to... If I ever get a vital bracelet, I'm probably gonna have to go back to the gym soon. I need to work out again. I'm getting fat. But yeah. With that said, then, we can call it here. Unfortunately, we've been going for so long, I think the owner just straight up just left a key somewhere, so I'm gonna have to close
It's
this
like, screw it,
establishment.
it's your restaurant now.
I'm just gonna have to close this establishment down on my own. Put the key under the rug for him, to open up next time. But yeah.
He came up to us and like, either you go or I go, and then we got into cyber sleuth and like, I ain't touching that. You have the restaurant.
Well, guess I'm an owner of a restaurant now. Hell yeah. So yeah. So every Saturday for 2 cents, we're all just gonna be able at this this nice fine dining establishment, and we just get to talk about stuff. Next week, 2 cents is gonna be also. I just noticed I have three 2 cent specials lined up if we're including technically today, because next week it's gonna be a 4th of July 2 cent special, because the week after that, Monday, is July 4th, and then the week afterwards, I can't delay it. I'm not gonna delay it anymore. It's a TMNT special. So we got Digimon's on my mind. We got 3 2 cent special streams lined up. So that's gonna be interesting. And we get to talk all about that in this nice restaurant that I apparently own now. So, with that said, before I close off, thank you everyone for coming. Next week, obviously, more streams. And until then, I hope each and every one of you has a very good night. Good night! I forgot to close off the jazz music. Pause the jazz music. Okay, there we go. Good night!